Máme asi 15 vteřin do začátku. Tady stojíme. Hello and welcome to the final demo day of Caelestinus 2022. Caelestinus is a health tech incubator based in Prague, but it's a hybrid one. So you could have been taking part both online or offline in our nice headquarters in Celetna near the Old Town Square, which a number of you remember from our numerous networking sessions. It's been a pleasure. It's been also a learning for us, the organizers at Insane Business Ideas, together with InterSystems, our partner and co-founder, where we felt that something was missing after hackathons that we have been organizing over the past 5 years here at ICAM, focusing on healthcare. We realized that some of the teams, even though they came up with wonderful, exciting ideas how to use information technology to improve healthcare and prolong patient lives, many of the teams did not have a chance to continue with working on their hacks, building prototypes and piloting and testing in order to actually make the initial idea, the initial dirty prototype into a real-world product that would impact millions and billions. When we talk to VC investors, who offer millions of dollars to startups, they told us, well, a team of exciting young hackers is not enough for us. We need a company that has a product, maybe clients even, shows traction and growth. So Caelestinus is in the middle. It's a chance for people who want to work on health tech and med tech ideas to actually make sure they want to do it in their life, that's number one. Then to find great teammates within hackers, within experts, within friends, and also to confirm whether their initial idea, the initial problem that they were solving here at ICAM Hospital or anywhere else in healthcare has a potential in the market, whether the gap is big enough so that a product can be built, a new service can be launched and can be sustained in the world. And number three, our incubator gave you opportunity to build the product, consult with clinicians, physicians, surgeons here at ICAM. You could have also met a number of mentors, over 30 mentors we have in our incubator. And some of them are here right now, some of them are watching, and most of them will be, of course, taking part at the after party at the swim club in Szczepanska later on tonight. But before we start sipping at our cocktails or beers or smoothies, whatever, we have to go through the pains of actually pitching what you've been working on over the last 8 months. But before I tell you more, it's my pleasure to invite Evgeny, co-founder of Caelestinus, if you want, to wish you maybe good luck and say a few words. So, Evgeny.
Hi, everyone. And it's a really honor and pleasure to greet you on the demo day of Caelestinus, first demo day. And yes, first of all, I want to say thank you to all the partners, to all the people who made it possible. And of course, to ICAM, actually, Institute of Clinical Experimental Medicine, in the walls of which we are currently now, made the whole value of Caelestinus very possible. So it was thanks to ICAM, startups were able to launch their pilots here and actually implement their innovations in a real hospital. They had the pleasure to had mentors from ICAM and their experience of MDs Cam, thank you very much. Also, thanks a lot to CTO and biomedical faculty for providing academic resources. And also, thanks a lot to insane business ideas, and especially to Tomasz, Peter, Martin, and also Vita and Irina, who worked together with startups all these 8 months. And actually, I think it was a very helpful and fruitful time. And on behalf of InterSystems, I want to express hopes that you got some more knowledge about FHIR, about InterSystems technologies, and about our company itself. And also, actually, I want to say thank you, you guys, teams of these 22 startups who started this journey with us. And so we know you. You are so talented. You're strong, brave. You have so much endless energy to move it, push, and develop your solutions. And through this time, we saw that how deeply you develop your product, how radically you pivoted, then so how you raised money. And actually, I wish you luck today in your demo day pitch. I wish you luck to find investors. I wish you a lot of luck and power and support in your journey to become a unicorn and to actually to make this world a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Evgeny. Thanks for being here. And it's my pleasure now to invite your colleague and my friend from InterSystems, Martin Zubek. So, Martin, it's nice to have you here again, and I'm surprised how well you look after last night's demanding conference.
It's been difficult, you know, that we've had a conference that was focused on, let's say, data ownership and innovations. And innovations are really the topic that brought us here. I remember when we started this journey on 16th of March of this year in Seletna, I was speaking about trying to find new possibilities, how to repeat the story of Golem in Prague, to find the Shemham forage, to start miracles to happen. And I'm glad that after that 8-month journey, we all seen that miracles can happen, and you are really the proof of that. So from 22 teams, 14, I suppose, are going to present today their products, their solutions, and their business journey into the future. For InterSystems, it is really great honor and experience also to be a partner on this journey and to support you. So I thank you for this opportunity to be with you. I think that you know, we are getting better with the support of the teams. It is very important for us to participate in Caelestinus, because it opened the doors not only for you, the teams, the startups, but it also opened doors for us, because it, you know, your work is creating tremendous new solutions and products that can help really the healthcare to be better. And InterSystems generally, not only in the Czech Republic, but also in other countries, will be hopefully supporting these kind of health tech incubators. I hope that we will see each other again next year in this journey. We have gone through the hackathon weekend again here in ICAM, which was very inspiring, and I guess there are really new successors of you come in for the next wave. But definitely for us in InterSystems, it's very important to continue the work with you as maybe our future partners. But definitely we want to show you that a technology company like we are can help you with your solutions, and that's why we are here. So thank you once again for that. Once again, I want to thank to Peter Raška, to whole ICAM, because without them it wouldn't be possible. And I guess we are partnering with ICAM and with other hospitals in the Czech Republic. And I'm also glad that, you know, also from the yesterday conference, we have maybe possible new partners for a next wave of Caelestinus. And these partners, these hospitals could help us really come up maybe with new approaches, with new solutions also for different hospitals in the Czech Republic. So fingers crossed for all of you. I'm really looking forward to the presentations that we're going to see today. And we are here for you, for the future. And thank you, Tomáš, and I'm really glad that we are here after those 8 months.
Thank you, Martin.
Thanks a lot.
And we have one last keynote before we get down to business. And Martin mentioned his name, and it's none other than Petr Raška, the CIO of ICAM. So hello, Petr.
Hi, Thomas.
I get the feeling that I live with you in recent days, because we have had great days and nights here at the hackathon. Yeah. And here we are again in the hospital.
So I think my wife thinks this too. So I want to welcome you here. I will just say a few words. Maybe that these events that we are hosting or we are supporting is nothing else that continuing what ICAM was doing before. Maybe you don't know that in 1960s the first pulmonary artery catheter was invented actually here in ICAM. It was this guy his name was Willem Gans. At that time it was before the 1968. And because of the things what happened in 1968, he emigrated to United States, where we met his new colleague, Mr. Swan. And in United States, they finished and they roll out the famous Swan-Ganz catheter, which is now a golden standard for measuring pulmonary artery pressures. And then later in the end of the, let's say, beginning of the 70s, the first cardiostimulators have been developed here in ICAM. The first cardiostimulator was implanted in ICAM as in Czech. It was big devices. The reason was that because of the restriction at that time, it was not possible to import the foreign devices. That's why we stick to develop or invent our own. And I think this is something similar what's happening now. We don't need to develop new devices because we have freedom and democracy. But I think we can focus on developing and improving the patient care, and that's maybe all of you here. And I wish you good luck, and I wish you will be successful after today's pitches. Thank you, Thomas.
Thank you, Peter. Has anyone seen my clicker? Thank you. Well, I think we spoke about it yesterday at the Effective Hospital Conference. Then, as a hospital, currently you have two options. You can keep all your data, don't let anyone in, and wait for things to happen, to fall upon you from the top. Or you can, as ICAM and other hospitals, you can start working with your health data. Maybe there is some additional effort, but you can help innovations being born by providing and helping other teams to develop solutions in healthcare. and instead of just a passive wait-and-see attitude. So I'm really grateful that ICAM is really proactive in this. As I said, it was in fact Martin, there are 14 startups that be presenting. We'll be hearing 14 teams. Some of them are online, some of you are here at ICAM, so regardless of your status on or off, you'll have a chance to pitch. This is the agenda. This is how this afternoon, a very busy and demanding afternoon, is going to run according to the schedule. So if you are sitting here or watching online, just make sure you will tune in or you will appear 5 minutes before you are supposed to pitch. There is, as I said, an after party at the swim club in Prague, starting at 8. You can come later, but if you come earlier, none of us will be there. But from 8 onwards, you'll get a free beer, wine, whatever, if you have this Caelestinus star. We will distribute the stars to you here physically. If you turn up at the bar, we will provide you with the star so that you can you have no barriers to having fun and networking and celebrating. If you have questions, either you are an investor or you just are curious, you can ask the teams here at ICAM. We will distribute microphones if you have a question after the pitch. If you are watching us online or you are sitting here and you get your question as you hear stuff, you can't hold it inside your head for long enough, you just publish it via Slido, and I have the questions here on the tablet, so I will read it out. There is 5. Okay. With the team pitch, the rule is very basic. You have 5 minutes for the pitch itself, and that's a pretty strict timing. And then there is 7 minutes questions from the investors or from the audience about the pitch. You will have the timer here, so you will be able to see how many minutes still to go. So please make sure you stick to the timing. We don't want to pull you off stage or anything like that. So remember that it's important to leave room for questions. Usually that's where the important information is conveyed, not necessarily during your pre-rehearsed and professional pitches. So I'm not afraid that we are not going to have fun during your 5 minutes of fame. So that's it. That's basically how the afternoon is going to be organized. There are 2 breaks. One break will be in 1 hour 15 minutes, and then we have 1.5 hours later another one, and we are supposed to finish here pitching at 6:15, and then we'll stay a bit longer here until 7, and at 7 we'll be moving to the swim club. So how do you like that plan? All agree? Excellent. I expected this kind of excitement and agreement. I'm happy that we designed it in such a good way that there is no resistance whatsoever. Regarding the microphones and the headsets, so the team that is going to pitch, according to the agenda, please make sure as the preceding team is closing to pick up your headgear for the presenter. We have some microphones, but these will be distributed mostly in the audience. So make sure you get your headset in advance before you will be asked to appear on stage. Right. I'll just check if I forgot anything important to say. No one is shouting or waving or anything, which is a good sign. So I think we are supposed to start at 2:20, so we are slightly 3 minutes behind schedule, but not bad. So let me ask the first team to speak, which will be Creative Physiome, and we should have Tomáš on stage. So nice to have you here. I'll give you the clicker, and I think this is where you are supposed to stand. So for the teams, this is the mark.
That guy said me that I should be here.
Yeah, so which one is right? This one. Okay, so I'm sorry, this is the right mark for you to stand. If you stand here, you won't be seen for the streaming. Right, so the stage is yours, Creative Physiome.
Okay, so thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tomáš Kulhánek, presenting Creative Physiome, but we recently renamed our startup to eGolem. So it describes more what we are doing. Artificial human and some simulator which shows what's going behind. And our aim is to improve skills and competency of doctors and healthcare staff with physical and digital simulators of human body. Flight simulators are used to train pilots, and behind the simulator there are models, mathematical models of airplanes and surrounding environment. Now there are used also medical simulators to train doctors and healthcare staff in a safe environment. And again, behind them are mathematical models of human body, medical devices, and surrounding environment. Problem in medical education is that almost 80% graduates think that they are not prepared for clinical praxis. And one of the main reasons they say is that the simulation sessions during school are too short, or the education in clinics are too short. Problem, again, from the student perspective is that it's also time-consuming and stressful, the studying medicine. 10% of medical students, they leave study in higher grades. They seem to finish the study, but they don't finish it. And even 1% of medical doctors after graduate, they continue with different career, so they leave. The solution, we built a virtual patient mannequin, and its hardware part with some mock-up of medical device. And the most important is an interactive digital simulator, which shows what is going behind, what is going with the virtual patient. It increases usability of simulators beyond simulation centers, so it can be now used in clinical and theoretical subjects. Increase also preparedness of students and also medical doctors for exams or credentialing. We have the second solution, which we call eGolem Online. So it is without the hardware part, it's a digital textbook with simulators. So it's a web application, a mobile app, and it reduces study time and stress and engage in simulated patient cases. There is some mathematical models behind, we can discuss after. Our core team is, we are programmers, medical doctors, scientists, and interactive graphics. So we are confident we have edu technology to simulate and visualize complex mathematical models. We solved the problem how to put the model into any device and into a web browser, so we don't need a server or cloud to run the simulation. To simulate, visualize explains different parts of medicine. So we are, for example, comparing with Harvey Online on just physiology. We have a better solution for visualization. And we are now validating at first Faculty of Medicine, and it increases usage of simulators in different subjects, case report seminars, lectures, and other seminars in pathophysiology. We did some validation with students of medicine. They like it, but we only cover 3 teams in medicine. They need more than 30 teams. Our business plan is mainly the hardware part with the simulators. We would like to focus to sell it to medical schools and simulation centers. There is a business potential about 100 simulation centers in Europe. The second one, the eGolem Online, mainly focus on B2C, freemium, premium, and there is a potential of reaching 400,000 students in European Union. Our roadmap, we have some history. Now we have eGolem. We would like next year finalize MVP and start selling both of them. During the incubation, we found a partner, and now we are in process making proof of concept in virtual reality. We did some pilot custom interactive visualization. We already sold it to company Institute of IBA, SRO. We organized a conference, MedSoft, which is going to be in 2 weeks. And finally, we were accepted to the accelerator, started at CSOB for next year. So thanks also to Caelestinus Incubator and Startup Box and some Google. Here we have some pilot with InterSystems, and we seek partner or joint venture to increase the business. We can improve other solution with fluent and realistic simulation based on medical science, and we can increase applicability of other edutech, health tech. So thank you, and I am prepared to discuss this offer after or also during this question time.
Thank you, Tomáš. So we have now questions you can ask either via Slido or here directly. Okay.
Thank you. I'm very curious, how do you ascertain the pricing and like what is the willingness for these centers to pay?
Okay, so the question was about pricing. We are very early stage, so we have some ideas of pricing. The eGolem Online, we see that we can sell it the premium license for something like 40 euros per year for the subscription. For the eGolem, for the hardware side, it's about 10 or 20,000 of euros for solution.
Right. Other question?
So could you maybe talk a bit more about the mathematical models behind the simulations?
Yeah. For example, you have seen the model of iron metabolism, the simulator of that, and it is, we say it more simple. One, there are only like 20 or 30 ordinary differential equations, and so this model is, we translate it to C and WebAssembly, so it runs directly in a computer or mobile phone in the browser. There was another model with the mannequin, and it was more like hundreds of ordinary differential equations and algebraic equations, and it is more complex. And we use the tool called Modelica, which very simplifies the process of modeling. And then we have also our technology, our own developed technology, how to translate from Modelica to the WebAssembly and to web application.
Okay, I'll have a few questions on Slido, Thomas. So, who is and will be the customer? I think we pretty heard it. Who is the payer, the final payers? Maybe you can repeat.
Yeah, for the eGolem, for the hardware with the simulator, the payer will be medical school or simulation center. Some of them are under the medical school, some of them are like independent.
Fine. We have a question from Jeff. Can you describe why this has not been done before? What makes this possible now, since this is a long-standing problem? So why now?
I think our competitors, they struggle with the technology, how to translate the model, the complex model into some of these devices. And we found a solution in the past years, and we already had some organic sales or organic business and custom project, and we realized that we can make it in these medical simulators happen.
Right. Martin?
I wanted... Hello? Is it? Yeah, now it's working. I wanted to ask about the basically target group, but that was answered just now. But how do you describe your competition and what is your competitive advantage? Or how would you see your competitive advantage?
We are very advanced in visualization and with integration of other technologies, mainly web-based. So our competitors, they only show the graphs, basic graphs. We can show it in the interactive picture. Our competitors show doesn't show what's going behind in the virtual patient. They have closed the physiological model behind the figurine, behind the mannequin. We aim to open the model. So we will protect only our realization as simulator, but we will open the model. Our partners at University of Mississippi, they closed the model 10 years ago, and now they continue because they have some grants from some businesses. We would like to make it open because the scientific interchange is important for that. Competitor Lardal or Meti in the hardware part, and in the software part, the Harvey Online, just physiology. So these are the competitors. And business partners could be anybody who needs to put sophisticated models and simulators into their technology.
We have last 30 seconds. So a quick question or maybe some closing remarks from your side, Tomáš?
We are looking for business partner mainly. If some investor, we will be also happy, but we would like more like smart invested money, the best like projects. Thank you.
Thank you. So Tomáš, and what's the name right now? eGolem?
eGolem.
eGolem. eGolem. A big clap for the first team, first Caelestinus to present and the final demo. Enjoy the rest of the show, and I'll be looking forward to our chat at the after party. Next team to present will be joining us online, and we should have Marco. Hi, Marco.
Hello.
From Polypharm Solutions online. So Marco, whenever you are ready to start, go ahead. You will have 5 minutes, so I hope you have a timer somewhere so that we have time for questions. So Marco, it's a pleasure to see you in such great shape and a great new visual I haven't seen on your deck. So go ahead.
Thank you. So hi, everyone. Each year, the leading cause of preventable hospitalizations are adverse drug events. I experienced this through my grandmother, somebody who consumes multiple medications per day and was hospitalized multiple times due to adverse drug events. Hospitalizations like these cost the European Union 79 billion euros each year, and they are largely preventable. The reason why this number is so large is because doctors struggle with patients with multiple chronic conditions, and moreover, they struggle with patients with multiple medications. And the tools that they have don't help them out much. So we created Polypharm Solutions. Here, doctors can input their patient's current drug regimen and conduct a scan on multiple levels. First of all, drug-disease interaction. Second of all, drug-to-drug interaction. We visualize how each drug uses each metabolic pathway. predict any potential high-yield side effects, and also state if any drugs are under genomic dependencies. When adding a new medication, doctors simply input the drug they would like to prescribe and select for which indication. And now we are scanning this new drug with the existing drug regimen on the same basis. But we can also visualize any number of the alternatives and see how they fit in the existing drug regimen. If we don't know what a drug is, we just simply click on the drug name and we have all of the encyclopedic information there present. Moreover, we have patient-specific features where you can add different beds for collaborative work, and then also BMI for dosing, which is available here. So basically, what we're offering is a personalized perspective compared to our competitors. We offer the personalized alternative drug suggestions, as well as scanning any number of combined drugs as opposed to drug pairs only. Our business model is a B2B SaaS plugin to existing electronic health record providers or potentially other health platforms. By allowing our platform to be interoperable and used in any type of platform or electronic health record, we're able to reach a wide audience, and most specifically insurers and private hospitals who would be the end payers in public or private scenarios. So one of the reasons why somebody may purchase a subscription to our platform is one of our impacts. So first of all, in 1 year in a 700-bed hospital, 100 million euros are spent treating adverse drug events. And in the same time frame, 175,000 physician hours are lost, which is an opportunity cost of 17 million euros. We've passed the beta stage of testing our software, and now we're integrating into an electronic health record provider in Croatia that covers 100 clinics. Going forward, we're going to be targeting more electronic health record providers, as well as existing health platforms for both physicians and doctors. This is our team. We have experience not only in software engineering and AI, but also clinical practice, which we believe sets our product apart. So thank you, and please join us on our mission to deliver the right drug at the right dose at the right time.
Thank you, Marco, for your great pitch. I'll fire questions straight away. We have one on the first one on Slido. How do you handle different drug names in different countries?
Yeah, so right now we mainly do active ingredient. We're going to be adding different modules which allow translation into different countries. But for now, the way that we solve this is by using active ingredient as opposed to trade name.
Perfect. I'll do one more from Slido. Can you handle 4-drug compatibility, EVA? I don't know if it's 4 or EVA.
Maybe IV, like intravenous.
Yeah,
maybe,
so yeah.
Yeah, so I would say the core of our contribution relies around drugs metabolized by the liver. However, there are some aspects like the drug disease contraindication setting, for example, would be useful for IV drugs and a couple other ones, but maybe not potentially all.
Right. Questions from the audience here at ICEM? Okay, we have one question.
What is the logic of impact on the hospital's cost of this 100 billion euro? Because I understand there can be impact in terms of like care spent, but the hospital gets it paid. Also, the drugs that are consumed incorrectly are paid. So where is the real business impact, I mean, towards the hospital in improving care?
Yeah, so I think...
sorry, I mean economic impact, of course.
Yep, I understand. So I think that what the real question is the money is coming out of the pocket of the insurers. So when we have these adverse drug events, especially when they're caused by poor known drug combinations, which is about 30% of adverse drug events, that money comes out of the pocket of the insurers because the hospital system is more occupied, more burdened, and these patients experience repeat hospitalizations. So essentially, you're providing the same amount of care with less hospitalizations, and then that's where the savings is coming for the insurer. And then this is in a public system. And then in a private system, let's say it's a procedure-oriented clinic, their goal would be to have the patient stay for as few days as possible after their procedure. And avoiding adverse drug events is a great way to do this. So essentially, they would be improving their patient turnover and the amount of procedures they could do per month or per year.
Thank you, Marco. We have 2 more questions on Slido. Number 1, so you are able to work with anatomical, therapeutic, chemical ATC classification, meaning probably the drugs.
Yes, we use ATC classifications.
And the second one from Jeff, how do you determine the accuracy of your interaction predictions?
Mm-hmm. So first of all, these are listed adverse drug events by the drug producer or by the regulatory bodies. And then so what sort of the next layer of it is we take into consideration how burdened the metabolic pathway is. So let's say if the metabolic pathway that a drug is using is very inhibited, we know that this drug is going to be metabolized more slowly. And then we know that the slower metabolism means a higher circulating concentration. So if we know that a higher circulating concentration is likely, then we can, from the listed potential adverse drug events, highlight sort of what would be the most likely one. But again, they are still within the predetermined boundaries of the producer or the regulatory body.
Okay, thanks. We have a question from the audience.
Yeah, hi Marco. Thank you for your presentation. This is Oliver. My question would be, you mentioned AI, you build proficiency in AI, and my question would be, what part of your product uses AI, artificial intelligence, and how?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the main aspect is the addition of all of the drugs and what their activation or inhibition of each drug pathway is. And then sort of once we know the current status of each metabolic pathway, we can then solve for different scenarios or solve for a minimum inhibition or a minimum activation, sort of aiming for a steady state metabolism.
Mm-hmm. We have 2 new questions on Slido. Who is your target customer, from Jeff again? Insurer, provider, or both?
Yeah, so our primary customer is an insurer because they are the ones saving the money from preventing the adverse drug events.
Mm-hmm. And beside the one hospital or the chain of hospitals in Croatia, who is your next potential customer?
Yeah, so we're looking for additional doctor-focused platforms, sort of to add a drug interaction feature within their existing platforms. And we'll continue to look for additional electronic health record providers across Europe and the MENA region.
Fine. Do we have another question in the audience? You ready, Cam? There is. Okay, this will be the last question.
Hi, I would like to ask, you said that your key customers could be doctor software. So the market in medical software is often taken by big players. So how are you immune to being re-productivized? The big player just decides that they will copy basically your technology or your idea, because you said the majority is from the 30%, that it's from the from the known interactions, right? So just the basic functionality can be easily reproduced. So how are you immune to this? Thank you.
Yeah. I think it's a good question. I don't think necessarily anybody is immune. Everything is like a fair market and has to be competed over. I would say if it was so easy, it would have been done already. I don't think that there are very big, large technological barriers stopping electronic health records providers or medical softwares from stopping these 30% of known poor drug combinations that cause adverse events, and yet they happen all the time. So I think that just continuing on focusing on executing on our plan and then integrating wherever we can. I think that really where our biggest advantage lies is that we can create this and provide this as a tool for anybody that wants to. So it would be more cost efficient for them to use us rather than copy us. And that's really where the largest competitive advantage lies, I think.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Marco, for presenting Polypharm solutions. It's a pity not to have you in Prague in person, especially given the great after party, but I'm sure we'll meet soon somewhere. And thanks again, my hello to Croatia. We have another team ready to pitch here at ICAM, and I'd like to invite Alexander to join me on stage from MedMe. Hi.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm great, thank you.
I haven't seen you since Seattle.
Actually, I came for after party, and they told me I need to pitch. So
yeah, that's the entry ticket. So whenever you are ready, you need, I think, this
one,
this mark. We will reset the timer, and I'm really excited what's gonna happen right now. So
so let's start.
Let's go ahead.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Alexander, the founder of Med.me project, the electronic health record exchange and medical appointment scheduling platform. But before I start, let me ask you a quick question. How many of you still book airline tickets or hotels by phone? Okay, one. What's your name? Robert? Roman, okay. So not so many, okay? And remember this guy, but actually this problem still exists in medical sector. Patients still book appointments by phone. Medical records, prescriptions still exchanged by papers, even faxes. Why? There are two problems. First of all, the vast variety of medical information systems, along with the strict regulations, prevent medical informations to be exchanged easily. And here is a solution. MedMe is a one unified channel to connect all of the players of the medical domain. I mean patients, doctors, clinics, pharmas, and of course insurance companies. And so why it still exists? And imagine that on the left side of the diagram we have all those medical information system. And on the right side, we have their partners. So in order to connect all of them together, we need to create and to support thousands of integrations. That's why MedMe allows to any of the partners to have one secured and unified channel of communication. On the top of our integration platform, we provide plenty of solutions for digital healthcare, like patients, relationship management, for appointment management, sorry for that, I will stand at the right place, telemedicine solutions for B2B communications, and some other stuff like real-world data marketplace. And what actually is our business model? Our main customers are clinics, whom we charge about between $10 and $30 per doctor per month, and we heavily rely on pharmas and insurance companies to help us to scale the business because they need to connect to all those partners. Our future model is a real-world data marketplace where we allow the basic version to be free, while pharma will pay about 10 cents per one EHR, electronic health record, or PHR. of patients. And we already have customers and partners in East Europe and Israel. And we have a special place for ICAM. Guys, I encourage you to start a pilot. That's why we're here. And now there is a most important slide. When we actually got to Incubator, we saw that InterSystems already have nearly perfect health information exchange tools. With the only missing part, all this booking engine. So we would like to empower InterSystems solution by our, I would say, cross-organizational booking approach. And it will perfectly fit the whole picture of all those essential tools for digital healthcare. From here, we see very clear go-to-market strategy. So we know who are our first customers, which are large medical organizations. And we start with cross-organizational booking. And just to show the results, we already have the pilot with Israeli Ministry of Health. Again, cross-organizational booking. We have first pilot customers in USA, and we continue to grow. For example, in Italy, we already have 2 regions that agree to sign a binding MOU regarding our platform. We continue to grow. The last year, we made, in 2021, we made almost $680,000. And we hope to grow 30%, 25% this year. And now we raise $2.5 million or euros, and it could be a CLA right now just to join us to feel the momentum. Our team has, I would say, experienced members. It's my second startup. Fadi is my CTO for more than 7 years. Chichko designed a lot of medical information systems in Israel, and I encourage you to join our team as medical partners, as clinics, as investors, and I have 15 seconds before the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex, for a great presentation, impressive. And now it's question time. So anyone here in the audience at ICAM or anyone online through Slido can pose questions. So let's start. We have first one from Peter.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for a very nice presentation.
Thank you.
I think there are a lot of similar platforms being developed at the current time in parallel. Can you maybe talk a bit about how do you see being different or keep your competitive edge against all the other telemedicine projects that are happening currently in the world?
Sure, but let's distinguish, because we are not a telemedicine platform. It's one very side solution to allow like Zoom-like communication between patients. We actually have 3 very important, I would say, competitive technologies. First of all, it's called CREC, Calculated Results of Appointment Collection. While and where other companies try to create brute force integration, trying to suck the data of medical information systems, we know how to get only data of only those pieces of information that changed, okay? Thus, we can build, like in a real time, the whole matrix of free and busy slots. And it works like, I would say, 100, if not 1,000 times faster than other brute force solutions for, I would say, a real-time availability for booking. Second one, we know how to integrate with EMRs or medical information systems, even without an API. So we make an active integration. It's not yet another FHIR-based data lake, because we already know how to collect the medical data from those systems. Okay, it's also very important. And third one, we know in some cases we know how to actually exchange data without storing it in our database. In some cases, we know how to create hashes and indices instead of getting the data into one centralized database. It could work in some at some territories where we have even more restrictive regulations about that. So there are 3 major differentiations, and most important, we already have our system in work. So we signed AstraZeneca. We work with large hospitals in the north of Israel, all Nazareth area, and we see our system in action, where other competitive solutions tried, and we see the clear difference because of this three approach I mentioned. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, Alex. We have one question on Slido so far. Impressive sales growth in predictions. Do you feel any skepticism of the entire market?
That's my job as being a CEO. But I have only maybe one remark that despite all the crisis and all the situation we have in the world, people will continue to eat and will continue to actually to consume medical services. Okay, and that's I feel a little bit optimistic about the market, about our market.
Fine. Question from Jeff. Are you familiar with Cyrus?
Cyrus. Yes.
Sorry, Cyrus. And can you compare and contrast your approach with them?
Yeah, it's a good question because actually Cyrus it could be treated as health information exchange, but again it's like I would say a passive approach. So in order to work with Cyrus, you need to connect by yourself. And when you approach some clinics, especially small hospitals or even bigger ones, you definitely need to help them to create those integrations. That's what we do ourselves, and we have. It's one of our competitive edge also. We know how to make, actually we made abstract integration, now it will be even more empowered by InterSystems, but we know how to collect different sets of data, even for medical information systems without having an API. So we know how to connect quickly to different types of databases, and it's I believe major difference. And second one, we do real availability exchange. They don't do that. Okay, it's also very important, I believe.
Okay, questions from the audience? Let me check the Slido. Right, it seems we have no more questions, so maybe some closing remarks or call to actions from your side, Alex?
First of all, I feel very grateful, not me, but all our team, to organizers for Caelestinus, for guys, thank you for the guidance, for the help, and I believe we just started because in our first pilot with Ministry of Health in Israel, we already have a special place for Health Share, Health Connect technology, and I hope that we just begin our journey with InterSystems. And guys, thank you for all.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Cheers! It was great to see you again in Prague. I hope
I came for after party.
Yeah, exactly. So we have now a team, a next one, which will be Format for Life, that will be joining us online. So let me check if they are ready. It looks we are ahead, 3 minutes ahead of schedule, but Marina is there nonetheless. So it's great to see you again at the end of the journey to stardom, to in Caelestinus. That's where the name comes from, you know. So you'll have 5 minutes to pitch, and then there'll be a 7 minutes question time. Again, Marina from Format for Life. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to present you our project, and please verify if you see my screen. Looks like you see my screen. So yeah, indeed, we are Format for Life, and Format for Life is a virtual assistant for personalized disease treatment. Our product tackles the problem with the medical errors rate. And overall, there are more than 18 million of diagnostic errors, which happen every year in US. And this number is huge by itself, but also the medical errors in such rate leads to the economical losses and also loss of the human life. That is why we believe that this problem should be solved or at least minimized to the maximum extent. And our solution is the integration of medical records, patient genetic profile, and data analysis algorithms, which altogether will bring us to the personalized insights and recommendations on treatment personalization. This whole solution and idea was our main motivation to create Format for Life, the virtual assistant for personalized disease treatment. Format for Life allows users to create medical card and access medical checkers in order to get the advanced report about the disease and the chosen treatment in advance. So what the user gets and what is the output of the analysis? First of all, it's a comprehensive description of the disease and selected medications. Also, this report shows the warnings and suggestions on treatment modification and also provides the general support on decision-making process. In order to make it possible and provide all of these insights to users in timely manner, Format for Life aggregated the information from the well-recognized world resources and made them accessible in our platform. So here you can see the number of sources we analyzed and also integrate via FHIR protocol directly to the medical records. We consider three main user categories as a patient, doctor, and hospital, and each of them has its own particular functionalities. So for example, if you're a patient, you are able to create and store your medical card and also directly access the medical checkers in order to better understand your data and also have the insights from the patient perspective. If you're a clinician or practicing the medical specialist, you are able to access the advanced treatment checker and also consider alternative options of diagnostics and treatment of the disease. And for hospital, it is possible to smoothly integrate Format for Life into existing EHR platform and make usage of Format for Life easier and fast. So how does it work? Let's look at the business model for hospital and clinics. Format for Life provides the services to healthcare providers through integration with the medical information system, and altogether the insights and the data analysis output is provided to the clinician as a data-driven insights. To better visualize it, let's look at the two main paths with and without Format for Life. Without Format for Life, this is the reality we live in. The doctors input the information from patient to the medical information system, and that's it. The information is just stored. However, with Format for Life, it is possible to apply the algorithms which we have on our side in order to save time from patient admission to the hospital to the final diagnosis and disease treatment, reduce time and the cost of diagnostic procedures through implementation of this prescribed and assigned analysis and the diagnostics procedure in general, minimize adverse drug reactions, and increase the medical efficiency through the personalized approach and implementation, for example, pharmacogenomic recommendations. On the marketing landscape, there are already several competitors, such as decision support system, the existing EHR platforms, which have some upgraded versions and informational resources. However, in terms of the ability to to quickly personalize treatment and also operate with a big database in the smooth manner, Format for Life has a strong attitude on the market landscape. So in comparison with these two main competitors categories, we provide the personalization of treatment, which is almost impossible to get from one of those, and also allow users to analyze data with algorithms based on AI and big data set size. Lastly, we consider the Format for Life as a patient engagement tool because also it involves an increased patient awareness and engagement into the treatment. So where we are now we have the access to 3,000 of patients and medical doctors and 3 clinics, and now we are scheduling the pilot. However, we are looking for pre-seed round to scale up our product, integrate it and present it into the European market, and then have the bigger user size and the user database. Last few slides. Last slide is about our core team. In our bright team, there are 2 technical specialists, Evgeny, Andrei, and me, a person with biomedical and bioinformatics background. We also have an advisory board of medical specialists, so we try to make our product as the better with the best usability for those. So if you would like to join forces and enable personalized medicine today, please contact us. We are really happy to discuss the options and opportunities with you.
Thank you, Marina, for your excellent pitch. And it's question time again here in the audience or on Slido. So if you have been watching online, post your questions on Slido. We have a first question here.
Hello.
Hi.
You stated that your solution is based on personalization and genetic data. So how is it accessible at the moment, and does it slow down any the possibilities of practical application for you right now?
Overall, it's a really great question because the genetics is a key component in our solution. And how it works right now, the first step is the loading of genetic information such as independent genetic tests if the screening was done for a limited number of genetic markers, or another option is the loading of VCF file, and then our tool parse the VCF file and then store the most relevant information into kind of quick access mode. So it doesn't slow the processing or the processing of or usability of our information at all, but it's indeed kind of request like few minutes to load and parse VCF file on our side.
Thank you very much.
We have a question on Slido. Marina, do you see Polypharm Solutions as a partner, competitor, or just a friend in Caelestinus?
If I understood the question correctly, if the pharmaceutical solutions are the friend or
no,
Polypharm?
if Polypharm Solutions.
Yeah,
the,
yeah, I see. So to understand the drug interaction, is it correct? Yes. So if I remember properly.
Yeah, and do you see them as a partner, maybe for cooperation, or
yeah,
competitor?
I indeed consider the partnership with the another project which are focused mostly on the drug interactions or adverse drug reactions. So far we do have the solid database for these purposes, but I know that there is all the time room for improvement. So it could be really relevant to have a fruitful conversation and collaboration in the future. So yeah.
Great. We have another question.
Hi, Marina. This is Oliver. Thank you very much for your presentation. And you mentioned artificial intelligence during the presentation, that it helps you with processing of the different sources of data. Could you talk a little bit more about how exactly does AI help you?
Yeah, absolutely. This is also a very great question. And overall, on the current stage, we use AI such as in the way of natural language processing to parse and better understand the information from these resources that we were collecting. So the AI tool, and in particular NLP, is needed to analyze, store, and make the information accessible. However, we also consider another turn of implementing the AI models in order to score the information and recommendations for patients. But it is possible when we will have the bigger user database on our side. So kind of train the model on the existing data and provide the insights based on the information which we have.
Any other question here at ICAM? We have one more question.
You had described 3 different customer segments. If you had to pick just one of them, which would it be?
It's also a very nice question. Now we are validating the different customer segments, and the first priority right now is the patient, because we have the model already here for the patients. However, the second priority is hospitals and B2B clients. So we consider these user categories as complementary, because the tool is oriented for both the healthcare professionals and the hospitals where they work, and also the patients who they provide services. So I think overall it is possible to distinguish and split these categories, but it's better from our point of view to provide services for both and make this in the development of the customer in the synchronized manner.
Any other question? Yes, we have one more.
Hi Marina, here is Tomáš from eGolem. Regarding the patient engagement, how do you present or give the data or the knowledge to the patient?
I'm happy to share this report afterwards because I do not have slide like quickly with Mai, but the idea is that the information about the medical condition as well as selected treatment is presented in the graphical manner. So it's mostly about kind of like the graphics, the icons, the some like intuitively understandable signs, if what exactly you should do, what should you avoid, and how to better go through this treatment path. So if you're interested, please contact me, or I will be happy to share the examples of this patient reports afterwards.
Fine, I think that's it. There are no more questions. Marina, maybe from my side, a quick one, not related directly to the pitch we had, but how have you enjoyed Caelestinus, your time in Caelestinus, from a perspective of someone who could not to take part physically in Prague in the activities, but tuned in from around the world, in fact. So what are your impressions?
As I was already saying to the Caelestinus team, it was absolutely great experience. I recommended it already to my colleagues and people who considering starting the biomedical startup. So it was absolutely like fantastic in terms of the materials, the collaboration, the spirit, the ability to learn. So our product also during the program improved a lot in terms of the integration with FHIR, integration and onboarding and usage of different InterSystems services, but also understanding the path of the intellectual property protection as well as certification. So it was absolutely great for us. I'm extremely excited to be part of the program, and I highly recommend to everybody else who is considering joining this kind of incubation programs. So it was absolutely great. Thank you all for this lovely experience.
Okay, and we did not rehearse this. That's I'm not used to getting this kind of positive. What was the most maybe challenging or difficult thing for you that you found during your 8 months journey?
Well, to be honest, and maybe it's not the place to speak up about this, but like obviously the most challenging was to continue working on the startup in the surrounding of the war in Ukraine. So my team is still there. So Caelestinus for us did all the best and provided any opportunity which we needed. But like our limitation was external, such as political situation and the reality we live in. So yeah, maybe it's not the direct answer to your question, but the most honest one. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, and we appreciate that you persisted and were able to get on with your efforts regardless of what's happening outside, and wish you good luck and the rest of the team as well to stay healthy in healthcare business. So thanks, Marina. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And now we have a last presenter before a short break. And it's my pleasure to welcome Leos here on stage. You probably need to occupy this spot that will ensure your shiny presence in our stream, online stream. Leos from Virtual Lab, VR ICU. That's the correct name, I believe.
Yes.
And we are eager to see what you've built during your Caelestinus time. So Leos, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all of them. I would like to show you how we improve our startup or our project during the Caelestinus and which will be its future. VR ICU has responded to requests from doctors and nurses in the intensive care units, and they want to solve these 3 problems. First is more than 50% ICU procedures is impossible to train without real patients and medical devices. It's a problem for medical devices manufacturers to train people in the hospitals, and fluctuation of the nurses are around between 20 and 30% each year across the Europe. And our solution for this is VR ICU, and the video shows you how does it work.
The Virtual Intensive Care Unit is a safe training environment. Modern virtual reality technology increases the effectiveness of doctor and medical staff training for simulation medicine and routine procedures. In our case, it allows users to practice and better remember safe procedures for controlling devices that save lives. Hospitals can select the virtual model of a specific device from our virtual catalog, select the training module, and start training. Doctors and medical equipment manufacturers were active participants in the creation of training procedures for various scenarios. Virtual training solves problems that are normally encountered in real-world training, namely flexibility and measurability. Simulating the treatment process of an authentic experience speeds up the learning process and makes it more memorable. Boosting the self-confidence of healthcare professionals in the safe and effective use of life-saving devices increases patient safety and the overall quality of care.
This is a way how he works, and what is the future. Now we need to combine the virtual reality with artificial intelligence and mathematical physiognomic model. With Tomáš, we started to create this cooperation with eGolem. And why? Because we need to create a fluent and realistic interaction between 3D model and medical device patient avatar. And yeah, we have nice target groups because we have two. One, there are hospitals, universities, and centers of simulations medicine, and of course medical devices manufacturers. You can see on the slide how many partners, customers we have now in Czech Republic and Germany too, and other countries. Market is huge and grows exponentially, and accepted virtual reality like a tool for trainings and already use it. We have many competitors, but only we have a focus on the niche. It is ICU medical device, and we develop an application only for standalone headset, VR headset. We have very clever business model because medical devices manufacturers pay us for development of their training, and after that they sells our application to the hospitals around the world. And of course we want to cooperate with the university, but directly. Our targets and the revenues for next 5 years, we need to reach 5% of the European and US hospitals until 5 years. And we have the steps for next 6 months. You can see the cooperation with Linet. We start to cooperation in 10 Linet hospitals around the world. We have cooperation with B. Braun and Fresenius for supporting us, and with universities in Germany and Mainz and Charité Berlin. We have a very strong co-owner team. We are 4 plus 20 developers in virtual development, and now we are creating international advisory board. What we have reached during the Caelestinus accelerator. We evaluate our business model with our target groups. Thank you for InterSystems, because we found the connections with our application with HR systems. Thank you for support us with nice event in Las Vegas and Seattle, and we found the creative connection or eGolem like partner. And yeah. We need to confirm our business model during the next 6 months, and after that we are going to open investment round for €1 million for you. And I think you are convinced with me that VR ICU changes training standards in healthcare, and this is potential for your investment. Thank you very much for your attention. My name is Leoš Kubíček from Virtual Lab, and I am prepared for your question. Thank you. I was a little bit.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. You know, nothing is perfect, not even the timing. But still, we have 1 minute tolerance.
Yeah.
So that's
I know.
excellent. You just made it.
Yeah.
And please, let's have your questions either here at eCam or via Slido digitally.
No worry.
It was too good, probably.
I'm not sure.
We have not left anything unanswered. Okay, well, there is a question over there.
Thank you, Lars. This is Oliver, and my question, I would have two. One is regarding AI, as usual, because you mentioned that you have a partnership regarding AI. So please talk a little bit more about that. And the second one would be that virtual reality headsets are not yet well established thing, like people, especially hospital staff, are used to handle and work with. So I would like to hear from you what is their experience when you tested it with these users.
Yeah, thank you for this question, because this is a very common question that nurses accept the virtual reality like a tool. And our experience across the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Germany, where we tested our application in hospitals, our experience is that it's not a problem, because our application is very intuitive, and if you find the first adapter, some nurse which is open for this, after that they recommend the using this for another colleagues. It's not problem. We don't have a problem for this.
Not forgetting about the AI part.
Sir, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, you mentioned that there is a partnership that you plan to do regarding AI. So how can the AI help you?
Yeah, we use the anonymized data from medical device or medical devices. Now we started with Bear Brown and Omni, and we can train the neural net for scenarios. It means that we need data which happened during the therapy, and after that, from this to prepare the training, how to solve the specific problem. Yeah, now we try this type for first one scenario, and after that we saw that will be the better to go to through artificial intelligence or mathematics model.
Thank you very much, Lars.
We have a question on Slido. It's a question about business model targets. A slide you didn't show. You list 10% profit from license per year. Why? It seems low.
Yeah, because in next 5 years we saw that we have to invest a lot of money for development of the application, because the device still devices still changes or changed, and we need to push more marketing activity through our partners. As I thought that we will sell our products through the medical devices manufacturers. Yeah, and we have to support them in different markets.
Still time for question, yes?
I have a question. You mentioned that you recently established advisory board. So who is in your advisory board, and what is the outcome or expected outcome?
Yeah, generally we ask the famous people from intensive care departments across the Europe, or some people from universities, because we need to know their opinion about how to use the virtual reality. What is from their point of them the additional value for this, and what we need or what we want to have from this, to have some statements from this capacity of the doctors that virtual reality and this type of trainings is ready for using now, and how to improve this in next month or years.
Okay. So there are no more questions. Thank you, Leos, for presenting VR ICU, and I'm hoping that when I need ICU treatment, that the staff will have been trained on your solution.
I hope so.
Thank you
very much.
And Leos's presentation has concluded our first part. We will have a break now, and we will gather here at 45, or let's make it 44, so that we have still 1 minute to get comfy here in the lecture hall of the Institute for Clinical and Experimental Medicine in Prague. So let's meet in 16 minutes at 3:44 to start at 1:45 exactly. So enjoy your break. Welcome back. Welcome back after our break. We have now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams that will keep us entertained until the next break. So, and the first one to provide food for thought and opportunity to invest money is Longevica. And we should have Anton online. Hi.
Hi, yes.
Yeah.
This will be Einar presenting today. So yes, please welcome Einar, our CEO.
Okay. So it's nice to have you here. We can see you. We can see now the screen, the presentation. So whenever you are ready, you can start.
Oh, I'm almost ready. Always ready. Thank you, and hi everyone. And I just want to start with 2 big news. We're just finishing acquisition of the Pria from Stanley Black & Decker, so that's why we changed our name from Longevica to Pria. And the second huge milestone, just yesterday we closed a huge deal.
Sorry, I have to stop. We don't. Yeah, we didn't see your screen. It's fixed now, so you get the rare opportunity to start again in life.
But now you see everything?
Yes, now we see it. Now it's perfect.
Okay, cool. So my name is Einar. I'm CEO and co-founder of Longevica. And I want to start with the 2 big news. We just recently finished acquisition of the Pria from Stanley Black & Decker. So that's why we changed our name for the Pria. So, you know, usually it's happened in startups, we're pivoting. And another big news just happened yesterday. We signed a big agreement with the biggest insurance company in Emirates. And they invest into our joint venture. And it's called Daman. It's the biggest health insurance company in Emirates. And these 2 big news, and that's why I want to start with them. So, but what we are exactly doing? So Pria is, we playing in the market, which call it has hospital and home. And shortly, the logic is healthcare is very sophisticated and digitalized. And now we could do a lot of things in the home, thanks to devices, technologies, EMR connection, etc. So, but this creates a problem. In the home now, it's a lot of fragmented devices, too many patient portals, and poor patient engagement. And we decided to solve this problem by our health at home solution. So basically, it's a tablet connected with all devices with a EMR and the hospitals. We create a wellness plan, what patients should do in the home. And our primary targets, it's Medicare patients 65 plus. And we designed our solution specifically for this group of patients. And in total, we create a holistic approach where patients could manage all the health things in the home using our reminders, using connection with the telehealth, and using connection with the devices. So that's what I mentioned already. We acquired Pria from Stanley Black & Decker. It's a solid business, 40 million investment in the previous 6 years. And this is a few main figures from Pria. So it's 600 patients now currently, and high engagement levels, and a few clinical trials in diabetes, for example. And thanks to Caelestinus and InterSystems support, we could launch our solution in many hospitals because of the direct connection and the secure connection with the EMRs. And the same in Emirates, thanks to InterSystems, we could speak with most of hospitals now, and very soon all healthcare exchange center will move to the InterSystems backend. So it will help us to scale very, very quickly. So this is our sales pipeline. Of course, it's all US main hospitals, and we communicate in some of them in very active stage where we're very close to sign the pilots. Some of them we discuss about how pilots could look like, but this is where we are. So our business is very simple and straightforward. $150 is a Pria setup in the home, and then 40 PMPM per patient per month. So, but for the hospital, it's not the cost. We bring them revenue because we utilize so-called Medicare reimbursement codes. For example, every month, because we connected with RPM, remote patient monitoring devices, we bring to the hospital $54. And because of telehealth integration, we bring at least $200-300 per month per patient. So for hospitals, it's not just cost, it's also very high ROI for the investments. So this is few about our competitors. Our main focus is Medicare, 65 plus, and we have a voice-driven interface, which is very interesting and good when you manage elderly patients. So this is our team. We did a few exits already. We have software engineers. We work on the managing elderly patient last 6 years. And we have a huge advisory board and get direct insights from most advanced health tech startups in the US. So our current stage, we are closing our 1 million seed round, 600 already committed. And we're preparing ourselves for 5 million Series A in the end of the first quarter of the next year. So, summary: we are Medicare focused. Thanks to InterSystems and Caelestinus, we could scale very quickly in major hospitals and also around the world. And Pria is a solid solution, built it last 6 years and invested $14 million, and all R&D stage is done. And as you know, it's the biggest problem for the healthcare startup. So we already passed this step, and now we only focus on the sales. Thank you.
Thanks for the pitch. Question time now. So either you can use Slido or you can ask directly here at ICAM. So, waiting for questions. Yeah, we have one.
So, hello, could you maybe tell us more about the pilot collaborations you mentioned?
You ask some details about pilot collaboration?
Yeah.
Okay, for example, WellStar hospital network. We preparing the pilots with them, and what pilot means? It's usually 25-50 patients, 1 or 2 months of launching the solution and managing patients through our device and our tablet. And by the end of the pilots, usually hospital decide to actively expand or expand step by step. So this is what we mean by pilots. And this is just one of the hospitals, what I mentioned in our list of the hospitals. And about the pilots. So recently our team joined David Borden. It's a vice president of sales company called TytoCare. And he bring to TytoCare 100 million cumulative sales last five years. And we not doing the pilots and communication with the hospital from cold introductions. We already know them, and our team members know them, and we just do the hard sales where we present our solution, and then we just choose a time when we will launch a pilot. Sometimes it's quicker because they are more available. Sometimes we should wait 1 or 2 months, but that's about pilot.
Thank you very much for the impressive results and presentation. I don't know if I understood right, but I understood that Pria started as a medical pill like dispenser for seniors.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
what led you to this pivot, let's say pivot, going to more complex like home care solution? I have my hypothesis, but I would like definitely to understand your point of view. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Very, very good question. So, yes, Pria started as a pill dispenser, and under pill dispenser was a huge R&D work of RPM connections, telehealth, video calls, and all these features was launched in the Pria, inside the Pria. And during the pilots inside the Pria device, team of the Pria realized that patients very often use video calls, for example. They call to the doctors, they call to their caregivers as well. Usually it's a kids, like a daughter or son. And also they try to put information from medical devices through Pria, not in patient portals. So we tested it and realized this is demand for central hub. And that's how we came to the idea of launching the central hub and not focus only on the pill dispensing. But pill dispensing, it's still one of the three major solutions with the telehealth and RPM as well.
Thanks. We have Tomáš.
Yeah, hi. You mentioned it's covered by Medicare, and I'm wondering whether you need some certification or some FDR approvals for your devices.
Yeah, thank you. So it's a class 1 device, already FDA approved, and on top of that, we have a patent up 2039 of year, and we are ready to do sales without any waiting of FDA approval, because we already have it. Thanks to Pria team and Stanley Black & Decker, they prepared very well IP and legal infrastructure.
Right. Okay, a very short question.
Are there some specific user interface or user environment for this target group of users?
Yes, based on 10,000 patients research, what Pria did in the R&D period, we realized that voice command for elderly patients with the main basic functions is a perfect way to communicate with the elderly patients. And for example, if compare us with Alexa and Google voice center, so we do proactive communication. So we don't need to wait when patient will ask something. We do proactive communication, and Pria she will wake up and she starts to like reminders in the morning, for example, with the drugs. So, and this is a proactive launcher. It's very important when you communicate with the elderly patients, because they could easily forget to use device. So that's what's happened with all Alexa devices now. And that's why this is a voice interface. This is first. Second, we are not just use Android as an app. We have a root access to all software, and basically we are software operational system for this device. And we cancel most of the rest features of the Android and just focus on the features what exactly needed. And we tested it many times. So that's why we know patient use it. It's even if it's a 75 or 80 years old, it's very simple, very straightforward, and very high engagement levels, which is proven by statistics 72 up 84%.
Okay, so thanks. That was your last question, Longevica, and wish you good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we have another team physically from ICEM here, and I'd like to invite Max Klimesh from HTGmedical or
G.
I always get it wrong. HTGmedical to deliver their
Right.
pitch. So hello, Max.
Thank you. So I hope that you can hear me. And hello again, my name is Max. And today I'll be talking to you about my company called HTGmedical. So why don't we start with a bit of trivia? So did you know that there are 6 vital indicators that determine the health of an ICU patient? And did you know that 5 of these indicators are already being monitored by existing medical devices? They are blood pressure, heart rate, respiratory rate, oxygen saturation, and body temperature. Now, the last manually measured of these metrics is urine output. Now, the manual measurement of urine output is obviously time-consuming, and it also requires painstaking by-hand data recording, which is not good for EMRs. Now, you might think that this is because urine output isn't very important, but it can actually show early signs of changes in renal functions and help diagnose diseases such as acute kidney injury. Furthermore, repetitive tasks such as urine output monitoring manually can lead to nurses working overtime, more care left undone, and lower quality of care in the end. Now, our solution is a battery-powered IoT device that integrates into hospital infrastructure. It measures urine output, calculates relevant metrics, sends data to a computer, smartphone, or an EMR system. We are right now on our 4th prototype of this device. It supports HTGmedical FHIR. It is compatible with Linet medical beds. Oh, sorry, I'm not in the frame. It is compatible with Linet medical beds, who are the most prominent manufacturer in the Czech Republic. It has custom embedded electronics, and the data can be accessed via an API or our custom web app. Now, the 2nd prototype of this device was developed about 7 months ago, and it was the first one to be tested on real medical beds. And the 3rd prototype was developed around 5 months ago, and it was the first one to be tested on real patients. As I talked about our web app, it is viewable on mobile, tablet, and PC. It provides cumulative data and our diuresis information. It generates automatic custom reports, and it synchronizes with our devices, which means that it can, for example, detect back changes or patient changes. Now, the market we are going into is expected to reach around $455 billion in 2022, and the 2 biggest regions in it are the USA and Europe. The annual growth rate, which is expected to 2027, is around 6%, which means that it will reach around $640 billion in 2027. The opportunity we are spotting in this market is 160,000 ICU beds in the EU plus the US, which can bring in an estimated revenue of 56 million euros. And the market share we would like to reach within the next 3 years is 24,000 ICU beds with our devices on them. Now, to briefly touch on the competition, as you can see from this very helpful chart we made, our competitors approach this problem very differently. They try to make these complex, very convoluted systems that solve a lot of issues at once and are quite difficult to onboard and do not integrate very well with hospital systems, whereas our philosophy is to try to stay as focused as possible on the problem we are solving, so renal function monitoring, and be as easy to onboard as possible. The main selling point is that the Urogram is a general electronic device for hospital use. It is not a medical device and does not need MDR certification whatsoever. And to expand on this, we have no contact with patients or their urine. There is no need to create new systems and workflows with us. So there is no need to change a urine bag supplier because we use whatever urine bags the hospital already has. And we focus on interoperability, as I said. So we have our API, and if you have an older EMR, we can provide either a JSON file or JSON object or an XML to integrate into your EMR. Now, we have been validating with professionals throughout the development. Actually, the very first prototype of this device was developed like right here in this very room a year ago on a healthcare hackathon. And we have since then had multiple rounds of testing with ICEM here. So thank you to ICEM staff, Petr Raška and Marek Šramko, if they hear us. And last but not least, the Urogram boasts extremely simple usage. There is no need for extensive staff training because all you do is control with just one button. And there are no unnecessary add-ons. It just solves the problem at hand. Now, right now we're obviously in Q4 2022. We have our 4th prototype. We are working on further testing. We have established production partners for our electronics. We have an advanced prototype of our web app, and we have raised an $18,000 or 400,000 crown angel round, actually thanks to Tomáš over here, so thank you. And in the future, we will be working mainly on developing our last pre-production prototype, and we will be raising funds around Q2 2023 for sales and production. Now, to just touch on our mission and our sort of vision for this company, we would like to make healthcare smarter with modern integrated hardware and software solutions. And the way we would like to do this is, first of all, we can expand to regular medical or hospital beds, home care, or even nursing homes with our device. We can further improve the device and make it into a sort of renal diagnostics suite. And then one day, if we ever decide to make a new device to tackle a new issue, either with kidneys or just in hospitals, we can reuse about 80% of the Urogram's code and electronics, because we've always been developing it with this in mind. Now, the team tackling this is obviously myself. Again, my name is Max. I'm the CTO of this company. I handle the device's firmware and electronics. Christoph over there in the audience, he's the CEO. He handles sales, marketing, and project management. Marek, unfortunately, couldn't make it here, but he is a hardware developer and a consultant for us because he has a lot of experience with medical devices. And lastly, Patrick is a software engineer, and he handles our web app. Now with that, thank you for your attention. And well, if you are a medical professional and you could refer us to a hospital, talk to us, even give us some tips, pointers, then definitely reach out to us, talk to us. We'll be here all evening. And if you're an investor and you might be interested in joining our next round in 2023, then yeah, definitely reach out to us, talk to us, and yeah, let's see what we can do.
Thank you, Max.
I believe it's time for the questions now.
Thank you, Max, for the fast pitch. A lot of information to absorb. However, now it's time for your questions. So you can ask questions here in the audience or via Slido. We have a first question from Slido.
Oh, wow.
Hello, nice pitch. What is the battery life of the device?
So yeah, the battery life of the device, as I said, it's battery powered. And while we cannot tell you an exact figure, it's like 6 months plus, we say, because it has 4 AA batteries. And the calculated battery life is about 7 months and some days, so half a year plus.
Okay.
Max, thank you very much for a nice pitch, first of all. I wonder, what's the mechanical principle of the device? I don't know if you've mentioned, maybe I just missed it.
Yeah, no, I haven't mentioned. This is sort of a thing I like to answer, outside of the pitch. So when we were looking at it a year ago at the hackathon, there was a couple of ways of doing this. You can have like a flow sensor, and you can look at it with machine vision or whatever. And then because we are engineers and we are sort of outside of healthcare as our primary job, or at least until we start this company, we looked at it and we thought that you can actually measure the weight of a urine bag. That's why we use any urine bag. We measure the weight of it, and the density of a patient's urine doesn't really change that much beyond 1.015. So like we have like 98% accuracy on a good day and 97 on a bad day, and we're completely fine with just weighing it.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, do you already have any customers either paying or at least thinking about paying at some point?
Yeah, so as I said, we are on our 4th prototype, which is the probably most likely the penultimate prototype of the device. And we have been and we are testing with ICAM here, who have also provided a letter of intent. So they are definitely a customer we will have in the future, as they are the sort of main partner. But actually yesterday on a healthcare conference, we were talking to the Brno Hospital, to Olomouc Hospital, and to Bulovka Hospital. So they are hospitals that we have a testing session in, and the testing sort of works that we give them the device. Once it is done, we show it to them. It's a testing, but it's also sort of a sales strategy, because they see that it works and that they might possibly want it and need it, and then we can convert them to paying customers.
Can I have a follow-up? And
Yeah, sure.
do you want that the hospital pays, or do you want the insurance company to pay?
Yeah, so this is one of our sort of main points which we need to develop still, because the main sales channel here is sort of undetermined as of yet. We probably think that the hospitals will be the ones paying, because the main benefit for them is that it saves the nurses time, obviously, and then it also gives them good, reliable data they can integrate into their EMR. Because if you think about how it's done now, a nurse comes every, say, 30, 60 minutes, and she has to jot it, or they have to jot it down on a piece of paper, and they didn't have to just like write it down on a computer somewhere, or they don't even write it down on a computer and just have it on paper on the side, which is not good, because obviously you cannot very much work with data which is on a paper somewhere in an office. So we think the hospitals might be the paying customers here.
Hi, Max. This is Oliver. And you mentioned that your target or the opportunity is the US and the EU market. And then you mentioned that you do not fall under MDR regulation. Yep. Have you already discovered the regulatory environment in the US?
So we have, in a sense that we've talked to people who have experience with it. And while there is not, like, we're not as sure as in Europe, because like here we've talked to SUKL, the regulatory organ in the Czech Republic, and they've told us, yeah, it's fine, no certification needed. In the US, we know that it's a bit more lenient, actually. So we think that will be fine even there, because we do not come into contact with the urine. The thing or the device that comes in contact with the urine is the medical bag, right? And we only weigh or work with the medical bag.
We have a question on Slido. What is your expected price point? How does that translate to an ROI?
Yeah, so when you looked at the number I said, the 56 million euro one, so that's counting with a price of around 350 euros per device, which is again not a final price because we need to account for the final cost of the sort of enclosure for the device, which is still in prototype form, but we've made a pretty good estimate at 350 euros.
Right. Still time for maybe one last question. Right, so there are no questions.
Yeah,
that is,
good.
thanks,
well,
Max, again for the pitch and explanations, and good luck.
Yeah, thanks everyone for coming, and feel free to reach out to us if you want to.
Thank you. Yeah, I just realized I'm having best of both worlds, the digital and the analog. Right. Perfect timing. The next team to present, to pitch, will be VisionCraft, and they are tuning in online. So hello, David.
Hello, everybody.
We have great vision. How have you crafted that vision, VisionCraft?
Sure, just let me know if you...
we are all ears, so it's your
Cool.
5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Just let me know if you see my slides. Is it okay? Is it coming? Hello?
Yeah, I don't see any slides. I see your...
oh, it's not coming. Okay.
Talking
so
head.
what about now?
Now it's coming. It's there. We can see it. Perfect.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you very much. So, hello, my name is David Tuch. I'm a member of the VisionCraft team. We're about today to present you your solution for in-home physical therapy. But let's start with how actually this idea was born and how it all came. We're a VisionCraft is an AI and computer vision or sensing company, and we craft various kinds of intelligent technology that provides immediate value. The company actually was founded in 2018, and we started our business in a smart city, sensors for smart city purposes and also traffic purposes. And we basically created a solid business in that area. But in 2021, we started to explore analysis or started to analyze also human motion. And in early 2022, we actually joined Caelestinus with a very different product that I'm presenting to now. We originally joined Caelestinus with a product which was made to detect falls in the healthcare and social care environments. However, in late in 2022, we pivot ourselves to remote physical therapy, which we actually had on our roadmap for the future, but some opportunity has led us to actually accelerate that effort. So, what's the problem? There are 2.4 billion, according to researchers, 2.4 billion people around the world which are living in a condition which will benefit from rehabilitation or physical therapy. However, more than 50% of those people do not receive the service, actually. The problem is, because of the capacity of the healthcare system, the ability to come over to see their physician, etc. And the you can imagine this as the population is aging, this will come only worse in time. And there are actually zillions of situations when you might require physical therapy, from starting from recovery from injuries, rehabilitation after surgeries, etc. There's a lot of reason for that. And what's our solution actually? We built a AI motion analysis to enable patients to exercise safely and effectively at home, and also to get enough information to the physical therapist actually. How it actually works? We have a system which analyzes the human body motion. It measures. It's capable of very precisely detect bones in the body. Basically the whole skeleton. It measures angles between bones. It measures rotations, etc. And as we do this, we are able to basically control and very precisely monitor whether somebody is exercising according to a sample provided to that patient. And we made a technology in a way, or created technology in a way that everybody can take it from home. So basically, people will just see their physician for first time. He would demonstrate to the patient how he should exercise at home, and basically demonstrates him the right exercises. And all the patient needs to do is to install our application on his laptop or on his mobile phone and exercise at home while being observed by this technology, which actually takes care for motivating him to exercise, providing him immediate corrective feedback whenever the patient doesn't exercise exactly according to the instructions, etc. And also it takes care or it monitors his progress and takes care of fulfilling his exercise plans. All the data collected here then flows directly to the or flows immediately to the physical therapist. So what's the impact of the solution? We realized that we can 100 times increase the capacity of physical therapy globally. So comparing to the current situation, is because we can reduce 10 times the necessity for a patient to physically see a doctor. As we build it in a way that's motivating people to exercise, it actually also increases the motivation of patients to exercise. Patients and the medical personnel as well, because everybody, each of these stakeholders will gets a lot of value out of it. As our primary customer, we see hospitals, sport rehabilitation centers, perhaps elderly care centers, sport medicine centers, etc. While we would provide them with our software solution, which is subscription based, and they will be basically paying for each customer per month, each patient per month, and if they don't have proper hardware. If they don't have mobile phones or like sensors with a solid hardware performance, we can install for them our own dedicated hardware. We're also counting with licensing our technology to other businesses which might be profiting or taking benefit of it. I can give you an example. I don't know, a fitness center, which would like to provide a corrective feedback to people exercising in there. Speaking about fundraising, we already raised twice $250K US dollars in 2021 and 2022, and our next target is probably a Series A investment, but we might reconsider this plan and going a bit lower in our expectations if necessary. In front of us, there is a huge market. You can imagine the whole telehealth market is really huge. It's actually estimated to grow as far as
We've run out of time, so it would be nice to leave some space for questions.
I'm actually at the end of it. So go ahead.
Perfect. So let's go for questions here at IChem in the audience.
In the meantime, I can actually invite everybody who's in IChem today that they could join my colleague Ondřej Rau, who's in actually on site and who has a live demonstration of our technology. So it's better to see it. It's better to see it live than on a slide.
Yeah, we'll look for Ondřej. Are you here somewhere? No, maybe he's outside. Okay, the question, please.
Okay, so hello. Could you maybe talk more about the competitive advantage? Because I've seen you had it in the slides, but we didn't make it, so I would be interested.
Yeah, for sure. As far as we know, and then how we have actually compared ourselves to other technologies and other companies doing the same thing, we are much more precise in the detection accuracy. We made a couple of tests where we actually where we, for example, measure did a real measurement of angles between bones and the real position of bones and etc. And our detection accuracy is something we're about 3%. There's we have up to 3% mistake in our detection, which is actually better accuracy than the traditional measuring tools which physicians are using in their daily business.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. We have a question from Tomáš.
Yeah, hi. Who is going to pay for it?
We definitely want to start with in the private sector. So at first we are about to focus ourselves on, for example, centers of sport medicine, where and private clinics. And in a long term, as we get through clinical testing and other necessary permissions, we would like to, that would be insurance companies paying for this solution, because it makes the whole physical therapy much cheaper, and at the same time, it expands the capacity of the system.
Okay, another question.
So the idea is that an insurance company can serve, let's say, 10 times or maybe 100 times more patients, or provide them with the proper care, while their expenditures staying at the same level as they are at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, David. We have last question. I think Peter.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the presentation, and I would say pragmatic approach. Maybe I missed that, but do you have any, let's say, preclinical studies, tests in hospitals with patients, with doctors, and what is the result so far? Thank you.
Yeah, we're in that process. We're working with multiple physical therapists at the moment, and we're performing this kind of like comparison tests. So, for example, measuring how precise the physician could be in like determining and measuring some of the and also ensuring the proper exercising and comparing to how we can do in that space. And as I said, the delta we're getting to it's about up to 3% at the moment, which actually comparing really to traditional measuring tools which are used by physical doctors, which have the delta 5%. Yeah, kind of getting better and more accurate.
Thanks. I'll still ask a question from Slido to finish our session. Do you have expertise in physical therapy to validate the problem and solution?
Yeah. My mother worked in the rehabilitation space for 35 years. She spent basically her whole life in that space. And as I said, at the same time we're working with multiple physical therapists, and also what's helping us a little bit. And I can't name a really big corporate which is actually licensing and using our technology to use it as well, and basically perform other testing as well. So that's it. So we're in that process.
Well, thank you, David, for your exciting pitch. And so we'll be moving along to another Caelestinus, how we call graduates of our Caelestinus incubator. So another Caelestinus, which will be tuning in from where? Let's ask them directly. DNAi. We should have Bohuslav online. So where are you physically located?
Actually, I'm physically located at home. I'm supposed to be physically at IKEA, but I've tested positively, COVID positive this morning, so I'm sitting at home having my pitch right here from my...
the taste of the good old COVID days.
Yeah.
And the Zoom communication. So, hello, Bohuslav. You'll have 5 minutes for your pitch, and then there'll be 7 minutes question time. So you can start whenever you are ready. We can see you all right. And I'll tell you if you'll be sharing some slides that we have great reception.
Okay, great. Great.
All fine.
Okay, do you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, let's start. Hi, my name is Bohuslav, and I will be talking about our latest solution called FloxGen and our rebranding and of our output of Caelestinus work. So let's start with our rebrand. As I think one team said before, they also are undergoing a rebrand. So as we, our family of products, DNAi Hub and DNAi Lab, renamed to FloxGen and FloxFlow. These two, DNAi Hub and DNAi Lab, they were just temporary names for our two genomic products. First is FloxGen. This is a platform for aggregation of genomics data, storage, and presentation. The second one, FloxFlow, that's a flexible management, creation, and versioning of bioinformatics pipelines. Basically, our mission as DNAi is to improve healthcare, and our aim is to reduce effort for human genome processing, and we do that mainly by using a state-of-the-art technology and expert team. So we are basically a bunch of bioinformaticians and programmers who are having fun by designing bioinformatics programs and software. So, but the aim of this is to speed up genome interpretation and reduce overall costs. So our first product is FloxFlow. That's the one we were talking previously, and that's the solution for bioinformatic pipeline processing. But currently, it is under redesign and redevelopment. So right now we are focusing on our latest product called FloxGen, which is a one-click aggregation database. It's a platform for genetic data aggregation, annotation, integration, and presentation. It's also a database specifically designed for storing genetic information related to population panel. The idea behind it is that you have a large amount of data that you want to aggregate, annotate, and use in the research or practical medicine. This usually requires significant amount of resources, starting with bioinformaticians, programmers, compute time, and of course, money. Our solution is able to automate majority of tasks needed to create an aggregation database, and also able to expose results via common APIs or simple front end. This is an example of our solution. It's actually delivered at the customer side, and it's alive. I hope you can see my screen. This is how it looks like. It's a front end of our comprehensive platform. As I said before, it is used for browsing aggregated genome data. So you can browse data like genome variant data, see aggregated results, and compare it with like actual patient data if you have them, or if you are integrated to some server with patient data. Okay, I will continue with my presentation. Because I'm a programmer, like the rest of my presentation is rather technical, so I will like now speed up and get to the interesting part. So this is basically our technological stack. We use latest like big data technology and well-known proven technology, as well as Apache Genomic Database Engine developed at Broad Institute. And this is actually what we had before, like working with Caelestinus, or like the starting to do this like at beginning of Caelestinus. And actually, what we have done during this incubator is that we were able to integrate to FHIR HL7 server of InterSystems, and we used InterSystems platform as a secure storage of patient data. This is because while our data are by design anonymized and can be used and stored practically anywhere, contextual data like patient data are not. So they need to be stored within organization securely. Our potential customers often ask us where will be patient data stored, with special emphasis on security of patient data. So this is basically our solution, like integrated to some secure server already having patient data, so we can like work effectively and use this integration. So we integrated to HL7 FHIR of InterSystems platform, and we done a POC, and basically right now we are ready to connect to any InterSystems HL7 server and use that data. So to sum it up, FloxGen is a platform for one-click creation of aggregated genomic databases. It's good because it is able to process efficiently large scale of genomic data. It reduces effort for researchers or bioinformatics to create research panels. The big question is why. The basic idea is that you have a genetic profile of patient, and you want to compare specific findings with population or aggregated data. And with our solution, you are able to create like a population panel and actually compare specific patient against a population and see if it is good, bad, or what's if it is severe, non-severe, it is okay. And yeah, that's pretty much it. We already have a customer, and we also have a business partner and distributor, and we expect this could be beneficial to research facilities or to clinical practices, or like to any independent researcher who wants to deal with population genetics. I would like to thank to our team, which is like pretty small, but as I said before, we are motivated, and we want to have a fun with like creating bioinformatics and healthcare solutions. So thanks to them, and also thanks to you for listening me, and let's hear your questions.
Thank you, Bohuslav, for your pitch. We already, I think, have a lineup for questions. So let me ask Martin to ask.
Hello, Bohuslav. This is Martin Zwick from InterSystems. I want to ask you one thing. We have had several meetings with your company. You know, several of them was actually held also here in ICAM. And my question would be whether you developed really the idea to whom are you going to sell this product? Because after the meeting in ICAM, at least the last one, it was quite visible that you know, the hospital, we weren't that sure that this is really the target group for you, because rather the output from this meeting was that you should focus maybe more on data scientists that are producing really the let's say results for the hospital. So have you gone through some thinking about really the target group for your solution, or maybe you've done some additional research on this? So can you comment a bit on this?
Yeah, I can. That's one of the reasons why we like undergo our rebrand, and actually why we have now two solutions instead of one, and why we decided to redesign and redevelop our original solution. And actually, it is, as you said, we like nowadays we focus on researchers and research facilities, as well as like on precise medicine facilities that is dealing with precise genetic medicine. And yeah, I think that's it. Did I answer your question?
Yeah. We have another question, which is your rough price point? How much is it going to cost?
Yeah, this FloxGen solution, this one-click aggregation databases, we are talking in like lower thousands of dollars for creating aggregation database. Then it's up to size of the database, and you need to add costs of maintenance and generally like where it is run, how much computation power do you need, and so on. But we are talking like lower thousands of dollars for like this one-click aggregation database.
Okay, another question.
Hi, this is Tomáš Kulhánek from eGolem. I have a question whether and how many you have competitors and what you compare with them.
Yeah, that's a tricky question because in this field, our competitors are mainly, well, this kind of databases that we are doing. This is something that is like not usually offered by a company. This is something that the research facility or university or the precise medicine clinic is doing usually on its own with their own bioinformaticians. And if someone is trying to do something similar, it is a big company like Illumina or like big players in sequence medicine, but they usually do only a small portion of it, or it is needed like another modules or another developments to have a complete solution and have the like a complete product, complete thing that actually those research facilities want. Basically, we came like with this idea because of our client. They came to us with these problems. Like we have a Illumina connected analysis. We have a big bunch of VCF files. We need to aggregate them. We need to present them. And with Illumina, we are only able to do like this much. And we are stuck and we don't know what to do next. And we didn't find any like solution to this problem. So we were like, oh, this sounds interesting. And it was interesting. So now we have a product.
Fine. One last question. Anyone? Yeah, we have one.
Yeah, could you maybe talk a bit more about your first solution that was about the bioinformatics pipelines? Because you kind of skipped it.
Yeah, I don't have like any better picture than this, but as well as our like first solution, the solution with bioinformatics pipelines aims to like a big mess in a world of bioinformatics pipelines. Either you have a like, really big solutions like DNA Nexus or the big players, which where when you run a bioinformatics pipelines, it costs you about €1,000 per pipeline per processing your genomic data, and that's like a huge price. That's like actually running the pipeline in costs of, I don't know, like computation power and time needed for bioinformaticians to do some steps is like minimal. It's like, I don't know, $100. So it's 1/10 of the actual price of the pipeline. And if you want to do it open source or if you want to do it with some, I don't know, proven technology, you are lost because there are like no standards. If there's a interesting solution, then it was made only as a publication at university, and nowadays is unsupported, old, without documentation. So we want to tackle that. Basically, we want to create like a lightweight platform where you can design your bioinformatics pipelines with some definition file, and you can use that. You can version that effectively. You have complete track of your pipelines, your software version, and also of the data that came as an input and resulted as an output.
So that concludes DNAi pitch at the Caelestinus final demo. Thank you. And we will move onto our last pitch before a short break. And it's my pleasure to invite Monika to join me on stage from NANTEO.
Thank you.
Hi, Monika.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
Okay, so go ahead. We'll of course wait for your presentation to upload and for the timing.
Yes.
So it should take half a second, which it did.
Good, thank you. I hate going to the doctors. I even have a problem to actually make the appointment because I have to call there, I have to make the time for it, I have to find a parking spot, hope that I'm not gonna get a ticket. And then when I finally get there, I have to wait in a waiting room full of ill people when there is nothing wrong with me, and I feel completely fine. Because all of this, I keep postponing my doctor's visit over and over again. Okay, but what if something does hurt me? What if I feel blue or my stomach hurts or something is not quite right? What can I do then? I have two options. I can either go to the doctors, which I hate. I'm too busy for that as well. I believe it's not that big a deal to go there, and I also believe it's gonna get better by its own. So I have another option, and that is going on Google. I think I don't have to explain to you that it is not a very good idea to do that, because the only thing I find out there is that I have all the deadly illnesses of the world, plus I have more symptoms than I had before, because after I read them, I also have them. Does that change my opinion about going to the doctors? No. It makes me more nervous, it makes me more stressed out, but it doesn't change anything, and I keep... Do you hear me? Okay. And I keep postponing the doctor's visit until it is crucial. Sadly, it's not only me who does that. Actually, 85% keep underestimating their prevention, even though their family history. Then 90% of doctors recorded a low number of patients since COVID started because people are worried that they're gonna get sick while waiting in the waiting room. I believe that all of us know that the underestimation of preventive care leads to more difficult treatment and an increased chance of death, but yeah, we still do that and we still keep underestimating taking care of ourselves. when actually 40% of death in the United States could be averted through better prevention. These are the facts, and this is the reality, but it doesn't mean it has to be the future as well. In NANTEO, we aim to change the way how people approach their healthcare, and we want to show you that taking care of ourselves can be as easy as making a coffee in a capsule coffee machine. Instead of trying to get you to the prevention, we aim to bring prevention closer to you by creating Malia points. And that will be possible thanks to our device called Malia, which will give you your health results within 20 minutes. You can see our second prototype here in eCam. It's not here on the stage, it's in the hall. As I said, it's second prototype. We are already working on our third one, in which all the bugs and errors will be fixed. And we are also working on a new design, and that's exciting as well. So now there is a probably question, how does this work? How can you get tested, right? So imagine this, you feel blue, or you feel that something is not quite right, or you feel completely fine, you just feel like you want to improve the quality of your life. Now, instead of Google, you can choose the closest Malia point, like for example, pharmacy, gas station, or something like that. Get there, get self-tested, and you are free to go. Your health results will be automatically sent to you and to your doctor through FHIR, so you can analyze and track all of your previous results anytime when you need that. That will improve your healthcare and will also make your doctor's job easier. Just to be clear, we don't aim to replace doctors, we aim to support them, to give them more information about you, about your health, for faster and better decisions. The whole process of testing, we like to compare to the process of making a coffee in a capsule coffee machine. I believe that we know this process. So if you want your coffee, you have to insert the coffee capsule in the coffee machine and you have your coffee. With us, it works the same. Just instead of the coffee capsule, you have our testing cartridge. Instead of the coffee machine, you have our Malia device. Plus, with us, you need small sample of blood from your finger, and you have your result, and the magic is done. Right now, we are searching for a partner as well as an investor who would help us to create first Malia points, because we strongly believe that prevention is better than cure. Thank you.
So thanks, Monica, for the wonderful pitch. Now it's time for your questions. I'm checking Slido. We have a question.
Thank you for your pitch, and I saw your presentation already in States, and I didn't have a time to ask the questions. The only simple question, who is the customer who pays for the service? How is it financed?
Yes, so at the end, the customer for the test, it's the end customer. So if I can say, it would be you, but you wouldn't probably pay for the machine. The business model right now is that we would like to sell or give for free or put for a subscription to the pharmacies, then sell the cartridges, and you would buy just the small test. Then you asked about the customer and the question. You don't have the mic anymore, right? I'm sorry, I forgot. Yes. 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 Yes.
Okay, let me repeat. So it's about
in the mic. Okay.
Who makes, who pays for what, and how money is made.
Yes. Yes. So the first part, I think I explained. It was maybe a little bit not so clear, because right now we are working with 3 models. So either you can buy the machine, it would be around $5,000. So it's quite expensive. Then there are another models that is subscription, that would be around $240 per month, or you can get it for free, but you have to have a minimum amount of purchases of the cartridges. Then you have to buy the cartridges, and that's $12 per cartridge right now. It would be to the pharmacies, and we count that they would add some margin on it as well.
And then it will be back. We also had a question, maybe a follow-up question. So if we can do the follow-up and then.
Okay. I maybe didn't put my question right because maybe I'm a bit tired today after yesterday's conference, but I don't understand. You say you either buy the machine, who, me, the gas station?
Yeah, the pharmacy, yes, the Malia point.
Okay, and how they gonna earn the money?
By selling the cartridges.
To the patients?
Yes, to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hi, Monica. Thanks. This is Oliver. And my question would be, in what regulatory frameworks are you operating in? And how far you are on your regulatory pathway?
Yes, so for the European, we need IVDR, CE certifications. For the USA, we need FDAs. That's like the biggest obstacle we have ahead of us, and we are at the very beginning because we haven't done yet the clinical trials yet, and that's a very necessary step. So we're at the very beginning. We're just making sure we have all the documents we need and getting slower there.
Okay. Another question, what and how many diseases can you detect already?
That's a very good question. We can detect any antigen or antibody, so that's a lot. This is actually a partner we need the most right now because we need the partner for the chemistry part. If you imagine the coffee capsule, you have the plastic, you need the coffee in it. That's what we need. We have the plastic, we need the chemistry inside because that's another product. And right now we are thinking and talking about thyroid hormones, ferritin, vitamin D, adiponectin, and those kind of tests. But yeah, we hope that we will be able to have better imaging, better idea what will be the most interesting for the market right now with the right partner.
Right. Do you have different cartridges for different tests then?
Yes, you have one cartridge, one test. So you have one coffee capsule, one coffee. Right.
And maybe you could recap what health parameters are measured or analyzed from blood. Is the analysis done on the spot inside the machine?
Yes, the machine does the magic. So there is using chemiluminescence immunoassay. So when you insert the cartridge, it takes the 20 minutes to go through the test. And after that, you have the result. And there is the flash at the end, and you can see the antigens and antibodies. The more you have, the higher the marker will be. And it depends if you want it to be high or you want it to be low.
Okay, fine. I hope that answered the question.
Me too.
Slido. Any more questions? We have time for one last question. Right. So, okay, we do have it.
So what were the main technical problems for you in developing this machine? Because I think there were a few tries to do something similar and most of them failed.
The most difficult process. I think that would be a very good topic for the networking for my colleague who's sitting there because he's the one who's doing the development part. But I think right now it's the cartridge with the chemistry in it because, yeah, there is a lot of things to fix. So I would say probably that because when you don't have this right, you can't. I forgot the word. You can't. You don't know if the machine is. Sorry, if the bad answer is because of the machine is not working or because it's before in the cartridge or in the chemistry part. I hope.
Fine. So thank you, Monica, for your great pitch.
Thank you.
And fingers crossed for NANTEO.
Thank you.
Can I actually analyze something in the prototype? Is it possible if I go outside? Does it do any analysis at the moment? Chemistry here. Okay. Right, and this is the end of our presentations before the break, so it will be break now. Let me just check when we need to go back. So we have until 5 p.m. to enjoy coffee and some networking, even for you if you are watching online. So we will take, sorry, not 5, until 10 past 5. So we have 15 minutes break, and we will start here at 10 past 5 Central European Time sharp, which is in 15 minutes. So enjoy the break, and looking forward to having you back here in 15 minutes. Tak. Já myslím, že jsme ready. Welcome back. It's last 4 teams that will present, and so we have heard 10 pitches by 10 teams out of Celestini 2022 at the final demo day after an 8 months incubation. And one of the teams that also has its origin at a hackathon is Mild Blue, and it's my pleasure to welcome Tomáš Kouřim.
Hello.
Hi, Tomáš.
Hello. So, would you like to be on a beach? Well, who wouldn't, right? But you can't, because you are all patients. We are all patients, and if we are not yet, we will be pretty soon. And if a patient is on a beach, then there is a distance between the patient and the doctor, and that's a problem from the medical point of view. Therefore, the patient has to go to see the doctor or even go and stay in a hospital. And that's a problem from the financial point of view, because that's expensive. One night in a hospital is over $2,500. And you know, $2,500, that's quite a nice fancy hotel. Altogether, the total healthcare expenses in the US are this incredible number every year. I believe this number is called $1 trillion, so $4 trillion every year are the spendings on healthcare. And you know, that puts enormous pressures on the healthcare systems to be effective, to save some costs. One of the most promising areas is remote healthcare. And we have seen it today that it's really a thing. But remote healthcare is also really complicated. And to create an application that solves it all, that's almost impossible. On the other hand, what works really, really good are small little applications that only focus on one particular problem and solve it. That exactly is HealthWarden. HealthWarden is a post-treatment remote patient monitoring app that is given to a patient in a similar way as medication is given to the patient. It guides the patient after treatment with the specific problems. It has protocols that help to achieve the best clinical results. It allows thus clinicians to discharge patients earlier from hospital. It reduces the number of readmissions and altogether helps provide the perfect care for the patient. Of course, we are an AI-based company, and this is an app, so it has all the buzzwords you have been waiting to hear. But actually, the application and the idea behind it is quite simple. I would like to stress out 3 of those. The scaling. We have some procedures, some treatments, and some protocols built in, but it's super easy, thanks to the modularity, to add new ones. We also know that even though they treat the same disease, each doctor does it in a little bit different way, and therefore all the protocols are fully customizable. And last but not least, HealthWarden remembers all those actions the doctor did, meaning that the doctor never ever has to do the same thing twice. Now, to come back to what I've been talking about, money. I have one example, transcatheter aortic valve implementation. It's a new and quite interesting procedure when they put a thing into your groin and implement new valve into your heart. And what's interesting about that is that some patients go home immediately after the procedure, while some spend a week in a hospital. And if you remember, that's exactly where HealthWarden can help. It can significantly lower the number of nights spent in a hospital. And if you remember the cost of one hospital night and multiply this magic number with all those constants, you get $2.8 billion that can be saved on direct costs connected with TAVI only. And we are
talking about TAVI, not with the rehospitalizations. And TAVI is just one out of many, many procedures that HealthWarden can help with. Now, HealthWarden is not some virtual concept. It's a working application. If you are a patient of ICAM, you can log in, and you can try it out. If you are not, you can ask me nicely. I can give you test credentials, so you can try it out and see. Of course, it has all the necessary integrations. It has the scalability. It has it's secure. It's safe. It's compliant, and so on and so on and so on and so on. Now is the time for me to say thank you for the team for being super creative, super fast, super skilled, and just awesome. And now is the time to say thank you to you all for your attention, and I'll be eager to answer all your questions.
Thank you, Tomáš, for this impressive presentation pitch that really makes me want to spend the rest of the week somewhere at the seaside. But of course, hospital is the best, even beats the sea. Isn't that true?
Of course. That's 2,500 per night. That's about the unit. It's premium services.
So it's question time now. Fire at will. Anyone? Do we have one at the back? No. Over there, please. And you can use the Slido as well. I will read it out.
Thank you very much for the presentation. You just showed us a fully functioning product, I suppose. So what is your roadmap, or what are your plans for the next year, for example, and further?
Thanks for the trust. I'm glad I didn't have to say the fully functional product. It's basically fully functional product. It's now in beta testing in ICAM. We have plans for the next half year for the testing in ICAM. From that, we should have some hard data, because what I'm saying is still some estimations. From ICAM, we should have really hard data. With that, we can enter clinical studies, get certifications, and roll out globally.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I have a question, because Oliver was asking all the other presentations about AI. I wonder what AI do you use for what applications? Thank you.
None at the moment, for a reason. Because if we did, the certification would be much more complicated. So we first need to go with the low-hanging fruit. That's don't ask AI, ask the doctor, basically. And once we are through this, we will start adding the AI. There are basically two areas in that. First is profiling, because each patient and each procedure and each doctor is somehow different. And AI can help to create a profile so that the doctor doesn't have to manually put it in, and AI can help. That's the first one. Second one is basically anomaly detection, because the application constantly collects data. And with anomaly detection, it can actually help the doctor to make the right decisions. Now, in the opposite, the doctor says, okay, if this number is below whatever, alert me.
That's okay, fine. Another one.
Hello. So who do you see as your main competitors, and how does your app kind of fit into the landscape?
That's a great question. We have seen some potential competitors in here. I wouldn't say there is a direct competitor, an application that does exactly the same. But what Longevica, or actually Pria, which they tried, that's somehow similar. What they do, if we just go into the Czech market, it's a MediMD. It's an application that could be a possible competitor, and applications like that, let's say.
Right. Any more questions? We still have time for 2 questions. Okay, there is nothing on Slido, so thanks, Tomáš, for your pitch.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thanks. This is what empty screen looks like on screening. Right. So let's see whether who comes next? I think we have now time for online pitches, and we have 3 teams to go. So we have Medfox. I'm not sure if they are ready. Yeah, you are. You can't wait.
I'm here.
Can you? You can't wait.
Yeah, I cannot wait. Yeah.
You must have been waiting all afternoon. So now it's really super hyped.
Yeah.
So let's wait maybe 1 more minute.
Okay.
And can I ask you about your experience with Caelestinus before you start pitching?
Okay.
How did you find it? The 8 months.
Okay. I found it very nice, very good. A lot of opportunities. However, we had some small and also bigger problems in our team, so we were, let's say, focused on different things, not only on Caelestinus. Yeah, definitely we could use maybe more of the opportunities of the Caelestinus program. I was able to see the pitches here, so I suppose that a lot of teams made huge progress. Yeah, definitely worth it.
So we can't wait to see what you have been building, and you can start whenever you are ready. The stage is yours, we can see your slides, and we can hear all fine.
Okay, so yeah, hello, I'm Martin from Medfox. 55%, that's the number of Czechs taking at least one prescription drug. Half of the patients are not taking their medication as they should. According to the WHO, this is one of the key healthcare issues today. So this is the thing why we've invented Medfox, a mobile application which allows you to manage your meds as well as prescriptions and ensures you never miss a single pill. Personal health data becomes abundant. It started with, measuring sports activities, sleeping, nutrition, but today it is mostly scattered across multiple places and usually not managed by the users. And Medfox's vision is to help patients bring health data back to the users. We believe people deserve to have their health in their hands. Through digital technology, Medfox provides the platform enabling patients to do just that. We've already completed the initial phases, and we have some plans on the roadmap what to do next. Currently in the EU, there are 100 million plus citizens who use medications on a regular basis, and they're active on smartphones daily. Our product was launched as MVP, and we reached almost 100,000 downloads. Currently, we have approximately 3,000 daily active users and approximately 15,000 monthly active users. We maintain quite high satisfaction with the application on the both stores, Android and iOS. So, and we come up with the new monetization idea to build simple programs within the application. We call them like add-ons, like extra features you can launch. The first one is the idea for cardiology patients, which might help decrease future hospitalization for cardiac patients with heart failure or heart failure preconditions. Costs for these patients or these hospitalizations present approximately 2% of overall medical costs. And if you have a severe heart problem, you need to start taking multiple drugs, and setting up right dosages is the trickiest part in this case. So we came up with the idea that or the process look like that you set up some dosages, you collect your body information, then you analyze effects. Based on the effects, you adjust the dosages, and then you educate patient like how he should take the new dosages, new drugs. So in last weeks, we've created a design prototypes how we think the input boxes should look like, how we've implemented this data to our current design, so you can see all of the data gathered in the dashboard, and we also prepared some idea how the dashboard for doctors should look like with all of the data collected. So we did initial analysis how the FHIR standard should be used within this use case. So the Medfox is the middleman, we should say, or the platform. We already have the medicine usage data. We have some patients data. We will get new data from the patients through this program or through the new inputs, which should cover the daily body measurements or some weekly, quarterly, monthly questionnaires. So we can provide all of the necessary data for the doctors, so they can see the overall result. Overall reports, and they can adjust medicine dosages. We did the initial business case. So currently in Czech Republic, there are approximately 230,000 chronic heart disease patients. Approximately 40% of them requires hospitalization. The average cost of hospitalization with patient with heart failure is 85,000 crowns. And currently we are thinking that 100 euros is enough subscription for patients to enroll for this program. And if we will be able to enroll enough patients, we could reduce or lower the number of hospitalizations, which will lead to reduced costs from hospitalization of these chronic heart disease patients. And this is the opportunity why we think this is a cost saver for health insurance company. And this is the business model. We assume that they should pay for this subscription for their patients. So if I'm going to sum up, these are the three main goals for this functionality: better medicine adherence, better quality of life, longevity. Yeah, currently we are looking for some additional investment which will cover the marketing costs, operational costs, and let's say 12 to 18 months pilot of these functionalities. So we have real clinical trial results, what is our success rate of lowering the hospitalization, and see the real data, what could we offer to these patients. Yeah. This is our team. I would like to thank you to our team for participating here, and also I would like to thank you the Caelestinus mentors for helping. So this is the Medfox. Gain control over your meds with Medfox.
Thank you. Thank you for your pitch. We have now question time. So any questions in the audience or online? Nothing on Slido yet? We have a first question.
Hi, this is Tomáš Kulhánek from eGolem. How many, or do you cover all the medicines are available in Czech Republic?
Yes, currently our application is available to download worldwide, but we cover two markets, Czech and Polish market, which means that we downloaded the whole database, and we have all of the prescription drugs and OTC drugs. We are using the use case that you can scan the barcode, and simply by scanning the barcode you can set up the medication. So yeah.
Another question?
Hello. So what would you say would be the main bottlenecks for expansion into other countries? Would there be regulatory problems, or would it be maybe adapting other kinds of medicines? Or what do you think about that?
Well, currently our plans to the other countries are our checklist what to do. Simply, we need to do the translation of the app, run the customer support, because you know, our average users have like approximately 60 years, and we are getting some of the emails how to set up medicine, etc. And as I replied in the last question, we need to have the medicine database. So we need to get the updated medicine database so we could add their EAN codes or data metrics codes, which are used nowadays.
Right, we have one question on Slido from Peter. What is the problem it should be solving for cardiologic patients? Is it urgent enough? How does your app solve it?
Well, I assume that the biggest problem is to set up the right medicaments for this patient. I know that here in Czech Republic there are some specialized ambulances for this treatment. However, they are not able to serve the amount of patients, and the patients need to get there in person to check their data or their measurements and then set up the dosages. I assume that making this process digitally would help both parties. It will be better for patients, and also doctors could focus more on patient and serve more patients daily or monthly, etc. There are some quite common patterns, so some of the data or suggestions could be analyzed and do automatic.
Right. We have time for one last question. So, Peter.
So, a second question. So who exactly is using the application now? Who are the active users? What is their use case why they are using? I suppose you were looking for the kind of meds they have in there. You know, is it like, you know, why are they using it basically now?
So simply they are using this as a medicine reminder, as a medicine tracker. Also, we have e-prescriptions there, so you can store the check e-prescriptions there. We have a map of nearby pharmacies. So yeah, it's kind of a users who are chronic patients, and they use some chronic medicines, and they would like to see and be reminded of taking the medicines.
Right. Any? Well, I think we've run out of time. So thank you, Martin, for your pitch. It's been great. Thank you for presenting what Medfox has been working on. And we are gradually approaching the end of the first demo day, where 14 teams have been pitching their progress in Caelestinus Health Tech Incubator. The team to present now, it will be online again, is Biodata, and we should have Standa online. Hello, we can all see you, looking great, and I think we are able to see your slides as well. So the stage is set, and it's yours. You can start whenever you are ready.
Thank you. Yes, let's start. This is Stanislav here from Biodata. I'm founder of the company. Let me please start by introducing myself a little bit more. For the past 8 years, I have been a passionate enthusiast of life extension, and I have been personally participating in a very fancy experiment taking many snapshots of my biochemical records. So I have more than 15,000 data points, medical measurements of myself over the past 8 years. So I do have some traction in the industry, and if this presentation will be shared, you can look at my position in the preventive health. So from this position, I want to specifically speak about mHealth applications now and what is actually wrong with them. I think that the one wrong thing about medical health applications that when it comes to preventive health, people actually do not use them for a long time. So they quit using applications. There are many explanations why this happens. For example, these applications do not collect holistic data and they give relevant insights due to that. Or maybe entering data, following up on the application may be complicated for people. And when it comes to preventive health, they lose their motivation. We in Biodata were working on this issue of people having low LTV, because basically for a startup, that means that the startups don't get monetization. So the solution is, of course, our application. Why it is so? We built our platform the capability to process all kinds of health-related and activity data. So there is medical data, medical records, genomics, by raw data upload, nutrition, and activity and sleep through IoT integrations. So for each of these data categories, we have came up with a seamless method to introduce and include into the system. Secondly, we use a gamification engine, which is a proprietary gamification engine built into our application to create quests, gamified, playful experiences, individual for each user, based on its on the user's data. We are already testing that in practice, so we have been able to greatly increase conversion of our users on the onboarding side. So we are having a few users joining our platform every day, and now we can see that they are onboarding more successfully into the platform. But these parts are not enough to make people use the data, use the applications for a long time. Actually, what really will make it a change in this industry is when we can make users' data more valuable. The more they collect, the more data they have, the longer they collect it, the more valuable it becomes to the user itself. So we see a solution here in Web3 space. We see solution here in tokenizing the data, rewarding people, and making them truly own the data and being able to sell the data to bidders, so to insurance company, advertisers, other companies who may want to use the data, like pharmaceutical companies. There are actual examples of products like that. For example, Brave browser, who pays you money in crypto for sharing your data on your searches on your for advertising purposes. So now we're coming up to Web3 space to put a blockchain layer over this data and make you users truly own that data and be able to sell it. Our traction comes from a consultancy company. We used to be consultants in healthcare, so looking for medical teams for our clients. This is a VIP product, but we have been downscaling it to become a mass product. That's what we've been working for the past 5 years. And now we are finalizing this path in the next year or two, I hope, by introducing all the relevant medical domains of data which can be controlled, like smart home, weather conditions you have in your place, wearable integrations, so productivity, all that can measure through smartphone experience, how you use your smartphone, how you use your connected devices. We will be using here a hybrid monetization model. So basically, we're a subscription-based model for the user. The user gets individualized experience through that, can improve their health, and they can sell their data eventually. But we also look at B2B partnerships with telemedical companies, insurance companies, So our application can be considered as a marketplace where a user can buy some services based on their health. Our market is, of course, huge, like 300,000 applications. And here you see figures by 2027. This is a forecast. Right now, the market is around $100 billion. We are in the process of fundraising. We believe we need $1.5 million for an 18 months runway, but we actually ready to start as soon as first slots of this investment opportunity will be closed. We will be starting on our journey to put these Web3 capabilities on our platform, which is already in place. So this is what I wanted to tell about Biodata traction. I want to thank team from Caelestinus and for their help on our way and for making this also enabling FHIR compliance and this data exchange platform. Thank you. Attention, I will be glad to take questions.
Thank you, Stanislav, for your pitch. And we are taking questions, obviously. So you can use Slido or questions from the audience here at ICAM.
So, hello. You mentioned three main business models, if I remember correctly. So, what would you say is your main focus right now, and how would you kind of want the balance between each of the business models developed into future?
Well, the balance will come naturally because unless we have B2C users on our platform, B2B users will not be coming. So our primary client is B2C, direct to consumer business. So it's subscriptions to B2C users.
Right, another question. I don't see any question on Slido either. Can I ask you, Stanislav, about your experience with Caelestinus, 8 months? What are your feelings, the impressions? Was it useful? Did you meet new people, find new opportunities? If you can provide a very brief answer, because in the meantime we got a question. So very briefly, how was the 8 months?
It was great. We specifically enjoyed mastermind sessions and the insights about our product. So you do remember me answering questions about my product. You probably do see how our understanding evolved over this time. So that's due to the work we have been doing together here. So thank you very much for it.
Okay, thank you, Stanislav. We have a question in the audience.
Thank you, Stanislav. This is Oliver. And you spent a lot of time on the aspect of gamification, and I would like to ask about the interpretation of data. You collect a lot of data, but once you start to interpret them, you are in the regulatory space. So what is your thinking about interpreting the data to the user? And if you're thinking about it, and what is your roadmap in this way?
We have experience on this regulatory framework in some countries. So we basically approach it in the following way. We split interpretation into two sides. One is patient level, on that level of patient, on which level patient can understand the interpretations, and doctor professional level, on which level doctor may understand the data. So we basically give the patient indication that he needs to make an appointment with the doctor. And we send data, mostly raw data, to the doctor so that he or she can take a decision on this data and speaking to the patient, of course. So in the cases where we have been able to implement this and show that to the regulatory authorities, we have actually achieved approval of our system as not a medical device. So that's where we stand. We are not a medical device, and I think we will be like repeating this exercise in every new market. So every new market has slightly different regulations and separate regulations. So you need to prove that anytime you enter any local market. That's how we see it.
A question from Peter on Slido. It is interesting you have decided for Dubai. Can you please give us insights why? Why did you decide to for a Dubai base?
We're looking very attentively on the Asian market and MENA also, because these are brand new markets where from scratch, new systems are being implemented. Like FHIR has a great adoption in Dubai, for example, as you know. We right now, I'm just came from Bangalore, from India. We're setting a project office there right now, like hiring some Indian guys also to work with us. And India is gonna to implement FHIR across all country in within 10 years, I think. So they have a huge healthcare project coming in, and this market is huge. So in America and in Europe, markets are more mature, and sometimes, as you know, it is more complicated to implement new solutions because there are many solutions in place, like a patchwork of solutions. So in these countries, sometimes they may have a disadvantage, privilege to implement medical frameworks from scratch.
Okay, thank you. Last question, anyone here in the audience or Slido? If not, Stanislav, it's been a pleasure. I think you were calling us from Dubai, so our regards and thanks for your biodata pitch. I think we disconnected, so you'll watch this clap from a recording. Right. Now I'll disappear from stage and appear again. And we have one last team to conclude this grand afternoon full of pitches and promising startups, out of which, no doubt, at least half will become unicorns in the health tech space. And one of the candidates is also a team or a startup called Viderai, and we have Peter to pitch what they have been building. So hello, Peter. It's a pleasure to have you as ever, and I'm glad that instead of online, you decided to make it to meet us here at eChem.
Thank you very much for the invitation and introduction. I'm the last thing which prevents you from going and have the drinks in swim club. So please bear with me. It's only 5 minutes. If we do least questions, then it'll be even faster. We are a group of eye doctors. One of them is me, who has built up this application to help push through more patients than we are able to do on our own. So we'd like to really equip the doctors with a tool which will help them to help more patients in the future. The market is $6 billion today, and it'll grow, and it's a function of incidence of one of the most devastating diseases in the world called diabetes. There are 700 million people with diabetes today, and that number will cross the billion mark and end up 1.2 billion patients in 2040. One of the complications of diabetes is blindness caused by the diabetes retinopathy, and every diabetic patient should be screened for that complication. But today, only 100 million people get scanned or examined. The remaining 600 million people go completely unnoticed. We have developed a solution with the help of AI, which detects the problem and then refers immediately for a solution to be sorted by the eye doctor. We'd like to go live in 23 and then roll out the rest of the Europe and US in coming time. This shows you what we're talking about, the blindness with diabetic retinopathy. The picture actually is how the patients see when they incur this practical blindness from diabetic retinopathy. There is an immense cost to the system of dealing with patients who cannot spread their bread. They cannot pour the coffee. They can't see anything on the mobile. They need an assistance. And I'm just talking about a few of them. If it goes as it is today, by 2040, there will be 4.5 million people suffering from these visual impairment you can see. We can help 2 times. One, we can empower the doctor, the eye doctor as of today. He can process more people with the solution, because this eye check with the AI solution is much faster than the doctor himself. Or, shall the legislation allow, we would be giving this solution to other doctors who are not eye doctors. And there is a very good example. Czech Republic is the 3rd country in the world which did actually legalized use of this software by other than eye doctors. And as of 1st of August, it's possible to be used by diabetologists. So those are the people who are really dealing with diabetic patients on a daily basis. So shall such a solution be given to the non-eye doctor? He can expand the first point of control, first point of contact, and they can screen many, many more patients than the eye doctors would be able to do. Talking about the AI, there are competitors on the market in a different stage of evolution. For your simplicity, I've made the analogy which shows the generation 1, and it's a parking lot with cars, without cars, was working. If it's empty, it's healthy. If there is something, if it's not healthy, it's not, if it's not empty, it's not healthy. The 2nd generation can count, but cannot distinguish between the different objects. The generation 3 already detects every single object on the picture. That actually gives a quantification function to the outcome, and that's of very big interest of clinical research organization, R&D, and pharma world. We are a company which is a great mix of people, which I will show later on. Our ambition is to use the traditional marketing which has been used for medical devices ever since. Events, partnership, influencers, studies. Firstly, we will run the Guinea pig market, Czech Republic. If we are successful, we'd like to roll out Europe first, those 2 countries, and then moving on as it's on the table. Our target is 2.5 million exams by 2026, which is only about 2.3% of all the people which are affected by the disease. There will be competition, it's fierce. There's already 11 players on the market, different geographies. So we do not intend to occupy the entire market, but we are aiming at 2.5% market share. The price point per one of the report per patient will be diminishing. This will become commoditized, so we expect the price goes down. We know for now that 14 euros per exam is what the Czech insurance company is willing to pay. This is not an estimation. This is not a, we think this is the number which is going to be reimbursed in the Czech Republic. In the States and Singapore is higher. Those are the 2 other countries which are providing the reimbursement for the service too. We have a nice mix of people around it. We are eye doctors, but myself specifically, I have already finished 4 exits in different industries, mainly healthcare. But we have a lawyer, we have an IT guy, we have an entrepreneur from the healthcare supply chain, we have some marketing people from e-commerce on the board. We are led by the professor who's been a guru in ophthalmology for the last 20 years and is worldwide connected. So we have the network we'd like to leverage. We're looking for scale-up money, both for either European rollout in parallel or entering US in the same time. We can delay it, but the money would help us to speed and go bigger scale, bigger speed. Thank you very much. This is funny to see myself on that picture. Actually.
Yeah, you get used
ugly.
to it.
I'm ugly.
No,
nice,
no, it's
a nice boy. Huh?
You were amazing, Peter. I'm so.
Let's talk about it in the swim club.
Let's take first question from Slido. How are taken the images of retina?
The images of retina are taken by so-called fundus cameras, which is a specific piece of equipment, like a big box. Those who've been to ophthalmologic practice, this is the thing where you put your chin and your forehead, and they, light up, and then they take the picture of the back of the eye. This fundus camera can price-wise be anything between 20 to 120,000 euros a piece. Depends which brand, which functionality.
My question would be, there is a Czech company similar with similar product. It's called Irene. Do you know of them, and how would you distinguish your services?
Okay, I know Irene because I established it. I incorporated Irene. We did have a discussion on how far to go on quality, disagreed, so we moved out and established a second company called Viderai. Irene, if you remember the slide, I can go back, I guess, is the generation, somewhere between generation 1 and 2. They go black box. This is the most usual, most simplistic approach to object detection. So they do black box, and then they sort out the pictures sick, not sick. And they have statistical sensitivity, specificity on the image level. We do not consider image level as good enough as eye doctors. So we go every individual pathology as it's outlined on the picture. Every single hemorrhage, microaneurysm, exudates, edema, venous bleeding, and I can carry on naming all of them. We go by pathology level. So this is a different leak. That's the difference.
Right. Another question in the audience? Again, a VC question.
Yeah. Hello. So could you maybe talk more about how you differentiate from Irene and other players on the algorithmic level? Because you said they do black box and you do something else.
Yes, I can. We have developed our own proprietary algorithm, which isn't strictly AI, because AI does not really help in this situation. This is object recognition, which isn't really to AI too much. But we have, in parallel, AI black boxes running on site, which is more on the function of competing for the best results. So we have actually not one, but many, unlimited number of convolutional networks, giving us some kind of a data. We have our own system, then we compare, and then only the best combination wins the answer. So when it's over a certain level, then we can say this is it. We do not use 1 or 2 or 5. This is pretty much dynamic system, which has been developed together with the help of IT for Innovation, which is the supercomputer in Ostrava, using the 5 petaflops per second capacity for iterating this ecosystem.
Thank you. This is Oliver. And sorry about that. To the question of having a more complex analysis, does this change, for example, your pathway in the regulatory sense? Because I believe it could be more difficult to be
We've checked exactly that. In terms of MDR, it does not, because we already fallen into category of giving answers, the interpretation, as has been mentioned in the past. We give the answer, its interpretation is the same, level 2A, so it's MDR 2A. In the States, they have a different, let's say, categories. The lawyers advised us, because we have commissioned the advisors in the United States, they've advised us that as long as we say we are not different but just better, we can get away with the standard 510K.
Okay, let's do, we still have time for one last question.
Or the drinks. I'm sure you know what to choose.
Yeah, I actually last week I had this exam by the fundus camera, and it was the most dazzling moment in my life. The light was so strong. I have never ever experienced that.
Well, there are different types of cameras. Some of them need a lot of light. Some of them do not. And it's like with cars.
Kind.
Yeah, you did have, because it uses the normal light with all spectrum. There is a camera which uses only white and does not need that much of a, energy. So it's not really blinding you for another 15 minutes.
Okay, we have one last question on Slido. Do you utilize current eye exam devices or do you advertise your own?
We would be, well, two markets. In ophthalmology, some of the doctors do have the current fundus camera, so we can use existing cameras. Diabetologists, they didn't ever have anything to do with eye exams, so none of them has any fundus cameras. So in diabetology, we have selected one we specifically support because it gives most user-friendly experience for the nurse who is going to physically be doing the checks. That's not going to be the doctor. It's fully automated solution. It could be done by anyone. It's a CE marked, and it's one of the best models on the market. I won't say the name because I'm not on a promo here, but we do, for diabetologists, we are combo with a fundus camera.
And there is one tiny question. Can it check your solution for other medical problems of the
Not
eye?
at the moment, but of course the modalities, other diseases which could be visible on the retina are under construction, as they say, the web designers. So we have other diseases to be detected as well. What we did make sure is that this current diabetic solution does not mess up with the most often problem with visual impairment at the elderly people called AMD. So there is not a cross problem with the false negative, false positive. And that disease is detected and sidelined if that shows up. So it actually gives even better results. So we can do two diseases, I can say, but I mean, we're just promoting one, which is diabetic retinopathy solution.
Okay, thank you, Peter. A big clap.
Thank you.
And you were the last.
Thank you very much, and I see you in the evening.
And
have a good night.
Exactly. Thank you. And before I invite you, maybe to join us for a while of networking, or you can check some of the prototypes here at ECAM in the lobby. I want to, as Peter mentioned, then invite you to our after party at the swim club. Don't worry, you don't need to put swimming trunks or a bikini. Of course, you can participate dressed like you are. I think Tomáš kind of knew that we would be in a swim club, so that's good points for you. And we'll be there starting from 8 p.m. You can enjoy drinks on Caelestinus, only the softer and less alcoholic versions, of course. But the key to get in, I don't have, is the Caelestinus star. So we are now good friends of yours because we will give you the star together with Peter from Caelestinus. So don't forget the after party. It will be a nice opportunity to mingle, ask additional questions, and provide nonsensical answers later on. Of course, I'll take this opportunity, if you are still watching online and you are still listening and alive and awake, which you seem to be, to join us for the next batch of our great incubator. Will be starting in March, but applications are open, so maybe, of course, if you enjoyed it so much, you can apply for the second time, but in general, we'd like to see new projects. Maybe you have a friend, you have a wife that likes your tech activities. When you have a husband, send them in to our incubator. We are open to teams with at least an idea, a vague idea, how they would like to use information technology in solving medical and healthcare challenges. And of course, if you have just been to a hackathon, you may have a good idea what you might be working on. But you still have time to submit your applications. This should be done by the end of February next year. But the earlier you submit, the earlier we get you on an interview, and we'll secure a place for you in our hybrid health tech Central European Incubator Caelestinus. It's my, I'd like in the end also to invite the person who is managing Caelestinus as its director, who is Petr Žabka, to join me here. Petr, please come and join me. Maybe you would like to say a few words about your experience. I hope you will continue next year. I don't know, yeah, you can continue next year in managing this great project, but maybe it's time for you to say no, of course. Which would be surprising, but tell me honestly, what do you think about Caelestinus?
No. Hello everybody. I'm really glad that I'm here. I'm really glad that I could spend the whole 9 months together with you, with our partners, ICAM and InterSystems and the faculty, as well as the startups. Personally, I enjoyed it very much. There were really a lot of professional experiences I gained, as well as personal ones. For example, with the Petr that spoke here last time, I remember how we got drunk, I think the very first day in incubation. And for example, yesterday, Yevgeny and Alex joined me for a concert. So there are a lot of really personal stories that I will carry throughout my life. And I'm really grateful for that. And I'm actually really grateful that today, that the session went really well. I was a bit scared or maybe a little bit stressed that if everything's well prepared, but I'm really glad that the teams did their job really, really perfectly. And I'm just couldn't hear all the pitches, but I believe they were all amazing. So I believe they deserve a big clap in the end of this session. So we can clap them once more. And yeah, the no in the beginning was a joke. Of course, I'll continue working with Tomáš on and Yevgeny and everybody. So that Caelestinus 2023 hopefully is even better than this year's one. And yeah, I'll keep it short. If you don't have sticker, come to the entrance or that door before there are these stickers. If you have them, you'll get a free drink, as it was said. So thank you once more, and let's enjoy the evening. Thank you.
Thank you again. Thanks, everyone. This is it. There'll be no more exciting broadcast from ICAM right now. I'd like to thank all the guys here at ICAM that also have been a great support of this whole demo day. So thank you, everyone up there, for making sure that it is smooth as possible. I dare say you could launch a ICAM television station and it would be much better programming than the rest there is to find today. So thank you guys, and I hope we'll meet again at a demo in November here at ICAM in 2023. Bye guys, see you tonight.